Hi everyone, welcome to another brilliant edition of Britfeel Radio. It's nice to have you all here along with my usual guests, co-hosts and co-contributors. So we've got the always chavtastic Shouty Wouty and our friend from Germany who goes by Schubert. Say hi guys.
Howdy.
Oh, I think I just need to turn the volume up a bit. Okay, guys, that's just great. Just a second, just gonna tell everyone that they need to refresh the stream after. Because when you hit 0, the stream doesn't actually start. You need to refresh.
Yeah. How can you were late? That unprofessional.
Oh, just before we get onto our vast list of topics for tonight.
Oh, you really took everything.
Yeah, I've still got stuff left.
Some of them were kind of memes, not gonna lie, but okay.
They're all worth discussing, in my opinion. Well, maybe some more than others, but
yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
So, shouting on, I believe you were trying to join the Wumper Council the last we spoke. How has that been progressing?
Is that referred to as the Wumper Council? I thought that were Hearst Lads' little Discord or whatever. The Wumper Council?
It's not like a physical.
Oh no! You're on about me and getting into Wumper posting. Right.
Yes, that's it.
Right.
I'm being a member of the little group that they have. Little clique.
I completely put it out of my mind the second you stopped speaking about it because I never pay HHL any mind. He's a complete piece of shit.
Well, I mean, he could be your leader soon, so.
Well, I'd mutiny and stab him in his fat neck.
Okay. So it's a no to the Wumpy posting then.
Nah, it's not one thing. I don't want any part of it. Keep him away from me.
Wait, could somebody keep me on speed? Catch me up on that.
Yeah, so Helpful Lad is a poster on Britfeel. He is permanently neat. He gets benefits. Never worked. He's very, very smug about that fact. And he always talks about how comfy he is. Or should I say how comfy wumpy he is. He always gets pizza wheatsas. And yeah, he always talks about eating and playing the Crash Bandicoot games.
And posting his little frogs. He loves a frog, that kid.
I wonder why Crash Bandicoot.
HHL. Has anyone got any estimates on his age?
I don't know, mid-20s.
Well, if it's Crash Bandicoot, it's probably a bit older than that.
Yeah, that's true. I like to imagine him in his mid-30s. Makes me happier.
Well, I mean, just try to remember this fact as well. He is technically more successful than you.
How so?
Because you're both neat, but he gets more income.
Yeah, but I have a net worth of a lot more than he does.
Wait, how can you have a net worth as a neat?
Because he
I inherited a house from my grandmother.
Oh, that's pretty boss.
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit neat sort of money maker.
Yeah. Hey, that means you're almost kind of like Drachenlord.
Like who?
Like Dragonlord, the German guy that everybody keeps telling me about.
I don't know who that is.
You're kidding me. Pretty much everybody in this server has told me about, oh, you're German, so you must know Drachenlord. No, it doesn't matter. Next.
Okay, let's just get on to one of our main topics in that case. But actually, before we get on to that, how has your week been, Schubert?
Oh, it's been pretty good. I mean, I managed to sell some things on eBay Kleinanzeigen. That's like German version of Craigslist. I got some stuff settled in that regard. Well, I managed to hang out with my good pal today. Went to synagogue today. That was nice. Today was a pretty good day, to be honest.
Do you think it's good to be going to the synagogue when we've got coronavirus? Don't you think you should be like?
Oh, they're very careful. Everybody's got to wear face masks. They got disinfectant things. Everybody's got like a 2 meters minimum distance. There's no singing, and yeah.
How would you get those little yarmulkes to stay on your head?
Well, they're not that small actually. I mean, plus actually that's good. A lot of what some Jews like to do is if they have a small yarmulke is that they put a hair clip in there. So that looks kind of silly, but most of them are slightly larger and enough to cover large cranium size.
Are they weighted at all so they like stay on better, or are they just like cotton?
No, they're just cotton. Or some are polyester, but most of them are cotton. I mean, I have mine. Mine is a homemade present from a friend of mine who now moved.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, technically, I do still think it would be better not to have any public gatherings such as that at all, rather than trying to make them safe, because these religious gatherings are very optional. It's not something you really need to do.
Well, that's the question between a spiritual and psychological need versus the physical need. Because when you think about it, I understand. By the way, I understand where you're coming from, and in a completely utilitarian perspective, you do have a very correct point there. However, it has been proven countless times that the psychological state of a human being also affects how susceptible they are to sicknesses. Like if you look at the whole placebo effect, if you
there's been like huge suicide up spikes and stuff due to the lockdown. Everyone's feeling the mental health coming out.
Yeah.
The isolation and stuff. I think having stuff like that's good for people. It gives them an outlet, gives them a chance to normalize and
socialize. Yeah. It's not really socializing because we don't really we don't have a big gathering afterwards.
That's a sense of normalcy to your life. All the upheaval.
Yeah, you may not have this, you don't have that, you can't go to clubs, but you can go to synagogue or church or
you can go to mosque. Clubs now. All clubs are open here, I think.
Oh, they aren't open yet in Germany, as far as I know.
I think they're pretty much not locked down anymore. I think there's social distancing rules, but I think everything's pretty much open now.
Yeah, how are you going to do that when you're twerking on somebody? I mean,
I think they go don't whatever you do, don't take your mask off or just sort of follow the rules, and then then they just sort of turn a blind eye to everyone being dickheads.
Or just get the hazmat suit lap dance.
Well, I find those masks quite discriminatory because sometimes it's hard to breathe when you wear them, so it's not appropriate for people with asthma and things.
Why would they go outside in a pandemic that specifically attacks the lungs?
Well, I might have asthma.
Why would you go outside?
Because I have not been diagnosed with it.
So you might have asthma.
Yes.
Well, I might have autism. I might have.
Well, I might have fucking chlamydia or AIDS or whatever, but I don't know it yet.
Yeah, but I have breathing difficulties. So I
might have got giganticism of the penis. I haven't been diagnosed with it yet, but I might have.
I might have late onset, that as well. But maybe it'll happen tomorrow that I'll wake up with a 14 inch penis. That's big, right? 14 inches.
Yeah, I don't need to be so crass. Okay, so guys, we're just going to move on to the next topic now. So, are Pride marches hurtful to the public image of LGBT people? So, in my opinion, no. We need to let your freak flag fly.
I've never been to one, so I don't really know what goes on there. I've seen the pictures that I think that someone mentioned in thread are more from fetish parades rather than LGBT parades. So I don't really know what goes on there, but if it is those people I don't know, celebrating themselves or whatever, sort of fair enough. But
try and speak even slower and say even less next time. Okay.
What's going on?
I was just so you're just asking about LGBT marches?
No, Moni, I heard you, but I didn't hear the last thing you said.
Oh, I just asked Shoutin' if you could speak even slower and say even less next time.
No, it's fine. It's a good point. It's a good point to see. I'd say I'd say hetero perspective for such issues, because what the Pride March is supposed to do is to display that gay people are just like everyday fellows. Sometimes some, of course, maybe some are a bit more feminist, some are a bit more bizarre when it comes to gender stereotypes, but other than that, we're pretty standard people. And I think it's important to understand the straight perspective on that, because that's pretty much who we're supposed to be doing it for, right? The straights.
Well, no, I'd say we're doing it for ourselves, and we're being loud and proud.
I think you're wanting to tell your own community and people who aren't out or whatever that we're proud that we're here. You can be one of us, but it's also showing like straights that this is who we are. I think it's a crossover.
Yeah, I would say that too. But when I think of closeted people, I think of they're in sort of like this limbo between straight and gay. They see themselves, usually closeted people, see themselves as straight, but weird, I guess, in Anführungsstrichen. So I need to Google what that means.
In the meantime, though, Shout, would you say that Pride marches make you more pro-LGBT or anti-LGBT, or no effect?
Quotation marks.
I'd say anti, to be honest, but like it's not specifically because it's LGBT. It's that I don't like parades of any sort. Anyone who's like so smug that like, hey, I've got to march down the street and have everyone clap and applaud for me and give me all this attention. Not a fan of it. So is it we're a straight pride or a gay pride? I'm not interested in any of them.
So you're some kind of homophobe then, is that correct?
No, I'm just self-indulgent. So I just don't like people who are self-indulgent and make a song and dance of everything.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, I like a good political parade, like a military parade is very nice, but we don't have any of those here. But
it seems to me like you're only against it though because it doesn't represent your people.
Well, as I just said, that if there were a straight pride one,
you'd be against straight people.
Well, so that I just think that like, what's the point? Like, who are you trying? Like, what do we up to? I don't know. I just don't get it. It's not something that, for me personally, for my personality, I'd be in any way interested in like partaking in. It's something that I perceive as not good. I just don't like that sort of. I don't know. I just don't like parades and sort of. I don't.
Well, it doesn't seem that in this case that Sheldon Lawn is being homophobic. He's being more anti-parade in this regard. From the impression that I'm getting, I mean,
I think he's a disgusting, bigoted bastard. But okay.
I mean, 90% of the time, but thought I'd try and answer normally.
Okay, well, my opinion on pride parades is that it's a double-edged sword. I mean, of course, on the one side, you have the ability to be able to display for people maybe who are either socially repressed or closer themselves, or just so far away from mainstream media that they maybe don't know about the LGBT movement or have some very negative misconceptions about it. Of course, in theory, the pride parade would tell them, hey, it's fine. If you're gay, it's okay, and if you're not gay, well, we'll leave you alone and you leave us alone. Yeah. But then you have some of these images that you see in places like, specifically California, where the people, go full degenerate, and that is hurtful to the gay community because, when I think of.
I don't understand where the LGBT community got lumped in with like all fetishes and stuff. Yeah. It seems like they go hand in hand now, where it don't really seem like.
Yeah, exactly. Which is a shame because I don't know if you're familiar with Harvey Fierstein. Are you by any chance?
I don't think so.
He was I would say a pioneer, but one of the earlier gay rights representatives. He was a gay man and most famous in the 80s for directing the musical La Cage aux Folles, which is known maybe if you've seen the movie with Robin Williams, Birdcage. And his point in an interview that he made back then is that he wanted that gay people are just like people. Your uncle could be gay, your aunt could be gay, your dad, maybe not your dad, unlikely, but but they could be gay, and you wouldn't know. And that his point was, gay people are just like everybody else, and and that was, in my opinion, the ideal form of what the end goal for the LGBT movement should be, to mingle in with society. And now you have all these weird fetishizations, or you see 50-year-old Tumblr girls saying, I'm gender queer demi angel, blah 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 bullshit, that frankly makes reasonable LGBT people look like freaks of nature, and I think that's bad. So I would say it is a double-edged sword. So you'd have to, I think it's the responsibility of any LGBT community in an area to make sure that their pride parades occur respectfully and positively. I took part in the pride parade last year in my city. I mean, in Germany it's called Christopher Street Days rather than pride parades, but it went well. I mean, there were some interesting public speakers, and as far as what I could see, there wasn't any fetishistic people going on. That happened at the club afterwards, outside of the public eye, though. That was pretty wild, but yeah.
Do you feel like you've fetishized your sexuality a little bit, Polar Bill?
I feel like you're a fucking freak and an incel, and you don't have the right to speak on this topic, actually, and you're wrong, and you're a hateful person, and yeah, so just do
that's
one.
That's me told.
Yeah, like you're just wrong on the topic, to be honest. And actually, I think Schubert was a bit harsh on the fetishistic elements.
Because you're a fetishist.
No, because some people are persecuted, such as, for example, let's just say furries. I'm not a furry, but I think furries should be allowed to take part.
I mean, no, fuck. I've got to say this. I gotta step in here right now. As somebody who at a point in their life when they were so fucking lonely and desperate for human attention has attended furry meetups in their life, I can speak in personal experience that these people do not deserve any platform alongside mine, because I refuse to associate with those godforsaken degenerates.
I wouldn't mind hearing a bit about your furry meetup.
I would rather not. I would rather not discuss. I'm just going to give you the point. Why we're on the radio, that I refuse to share a platform with those deviants. Having a fetish is fine. I have tons of fetishes that I prefer not to talk about in public, because they deserve to be did within privacy, inside the bedroom between two grown adults or multiple grown adults. But they should not be brought out in public, especially not on the connotation of I don't want me having sexual intimacy or loving a man to be lumped in the same group as people who want to fuck dogs, because that's exactly what the right wing already thinks of us. And if we allow furries to associate with us, then we are walking directly into what they think. They already think that we want to molest children and want to fuck dogs. So we have to absolutely make sure that we don't associate with those kind of people, so we don't follow those stereotypes. So no, I refuse to associate with furries. I refuse to associate with, child predators. I refuse to associate with any of those kind of people and allow them to enter the LGBT community. I will not do that. And this is the hill that I will die on, or ditch.
Okay, well, maybe furries is a bad example.
It is.
I think having any sexual fetish to somebody's gender identity, or not sexual identity, is generally a bad point. Like, you start lumping in a bunch of sexual fetishists with straight people just because, I don't know, they see themselves as straight or whatever. I don't think straight people would want it either.
Yeah.
It just looks bad for everyone.
Yeah. And maybe there's some conservative, bondage aficionados that don't want to be associated with gay people. Why should they? If they're not gay, they shouldn't be associated with, gay people.
Okay then. Sure. So, I think they've had quite a lot of strong opinions there, but overall, in their current state, can we all agree that Pride marches are generally good, apart from weirdos who just use the excuse
Apart from Californians, yeah.
Okay, and but they are an excuse for otherwise homophobic people to say, "Oh well, I don't like it because they have a parade." Okay.
Yeah, I think that is an issue, but I don't think that is the majority of discourse, at least outside of slash Paul.
Hmm. Okay then. So just a related topic to that one: is it gay to want to have sex with drag queens?
Yes.
Depends on the drag queen, I'd say.
Aren't drag queens typically quite masculine, but like doing the overly female sort of?
Most of them,
thing?
yes, but lately there's been a whole new movement of trying to really go forth, past as woman. I mean, there's this one sec. I don't know if I think I probably posted her. Monica, I don't remember if I asked you this. I'm sure, but I believe I asked you already. You do watch RuPaul's Drag Race, right?
Yes, that's correct. I've seen all the seasons now, but I haven't
Wonderful.
seen All Stars 1 to 3.
Wonderful. Then you must recollect Pheromone from season 9.
I don't like her. And she has been eliminated quite early both times she was on All Stars season 4 and on when she was on the main series. Like, I did expect her to go further because she does have a very good look.
Amazing look, actually. I mean,
look at her.
let me just find.
I see. I've googled. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
looks better than half at trannies I've seen on Tinder. So
she's pretty attractive. I mean, you must admit. I mean, well, actually, you don't have to admit anything. It's your sexual identity. You make it or not. Say if you compare to some uglier women, uglier cis women, would you rather have sex with her or say
keep in mind she is wearing
biggest
very
for
heavy
me is
makeup.
it always has been is I really don't want to. It's penis versus vagina.
Well, would you rather have sex with her or Margaret Thatcher? Or him in Margaret Thatcher?
Probably the Iron Lady. She's a powerful woman.
Okay, what about Angela Merkel?
It's always going to be it's always going to be the cis woman.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Okay,
fair enough.
She is wearing heavy makeup though, just like all drag queens, and
yes.
So anyone could kind of achieve her look. Technically,
well, that's the thing with drag queens. Like, I kind of thought like the idea of passing wasn't part of the drag queen thing. I thought it were more, like you're trying to get as much attention to yourself as possible, sort of thing. Not trying to pass and blend in.
My God, it's an element, and it's something you can focus on. Some do focus more on their comedy or their actual act, but you have to look a certain way. You don't have to look feminine necessarily, but you need to have a look.
It does help. It does help a lot.
There were a drag queen for my auntie's, I think 30th or 40th birthday. I don't know how old she is, but someone hired like a drag artist to come in, and they were maybe like an hour late or something like that. And while they were upstairs doing the routine, my uncles went downstairs and pissed in his boots. I kind of found it a bit harsh even at the time, but yeah, that's my one drag act story.
Well, I will mention that our British drag is more about the joke and the comedy of it rather than the female impersonation side.
Yeah, we're definitely doing a lot more. Like we're definitely doing a shit sort of joke routine and stuff like that. Well, I don't know if he sang a few songs as well.
Well, lip sync, you mean?
No, he sang.
Oh, it is not a common, but it is there. It is a thing.
Okay. Well, again, I think quite a few what are known as fishy drag queens have been eliminated quite early on in the show because it's not.
Yeah, Kimora Black, like she got that fat ass down, for days, but I think she got like kicked off second episode.
Yeah, sure. There are quite a few examples, and it's just because it's more. I'd say the costuming is just as important as the actual look because the costuming is again something you've got a lot of control over. And yeah, so someone like Pheromone, she just had a look, in my opinion, and that was it.
Yeah, I mean, most of her costume. I mean, she got eliminated, I believe, also because of a really shitty costume.
And another thing about her, I also don't like how they seem to have pink hair while in their male form, because it just seems there's a bit less transformation going on.
Yeah, I don't care. I still think he's hot outside and inside of drag. So, but I think we're kind of drifting off topic into this point, and we want to make sure that we don't just talk about gay stuff the entire time.
Okay, fine. We'll just leave the other one for now. Well, the other two for now, and we'll come back to them later.
Yeah.
Okay. So what would have to happen to make communism work?
Kill everyone with a backbone.
Well, communism would help most people.
I don't like communism.
I mean, neither.
I just on a personal level, I don't if I work as hard as possible and try my hardest to have everything just equal that and passed on to someone else, and for me to not have not to be able to build a future for my children, or trying to achieve more than others or something. I don't know. I like the idea of driving competition. Communism
You're a fucking NEET. Your life would be better under communism.
It probably would, but that's why I'm a fucking complicated guy.
Well, I think it's also looking into social concept, because one of the biggest concepts from left-wing philosophy and political philosophy is the social contract that was developed during the end of the French Revolution, which basically says that if you are part, please correct me if I'm wrong, by the way. If it's been a long time since I've read on this, but if you're part of society, then your job is to make sure the society is running by your tax dollars and by participating in its wars, and for that the society has to protect you. And I think in the concept of communism, such a social contract is skewed in the favor of the state, because you're supposed to participate in society and fight in its wars, but you don't get any more than the bare minimum to survive. And I think if you want for communism to work, you need a general reconditioning of human nature in general. You need to eliminate that drive for success that is part of humanity. And you also need to eliminate a certain level of survival. And unless you take these two things away, then you can't make functioning communism, because otherwise, every single time, the people who happen to be in the inner circles of the party will realize, oh, I got way more power than everybody else. I'm going to drive a really expensive car and have sex with very expensive foreign prostitutes. It's pretty much what happened.
If you look at when you look at any communist country, there's always the big grand palaces and stuff. You never
yeah.
That's not proper communism.
Well, that's what everyone always says. It's not proper communism.
Yeah, because it isn't.
How many bats do you fucking need to get it right? If it's such a fucking great, if it's such a great manifesto to go on, and a mindset and a fucking societal fucking model, why doesn't it work when it's been tried out?
No one says that about capitalism, and every time
everyone
they get
everyone says that about capitalism, how it's a bastardization of
look at the United States.
It's completely ruined. A company starts going under, like the airlines. Instead of letting the airlines go under and let smaller companies buy them out at a thingy and let new fucking companies rise and stuff, just keep chucking money at the same old fucking institutions that their old pals have got. Capitalism's not much better. It's all fucked up too, but communism's just because capitalism don't work. Communism's the way forward.
Yeah. The only reason I'd say capitalism is mildly better than communism is because you can actually have a chance of upward mobility, no matter how small. And I'm not saying that American capitalism is the way to go. As it has been proven time in and time after again, it is the opposite. But I think a healthy balance of social programs and a social welfare state with upward mobility and a state looking out for both its citizens and making sure companies don't collapse, which would cause a financial collapse of the country, occur. Which, like the way the German government bailed out Lufthansa. If you're familiar with the airline company,
yes,
they made sure that while they did bail out Lufthansa, they made sure they had far more than enough money to make sure that the smaller businesses and people were doing okay first.
Did you hear about how a lot of these companies that got bailouts during the coronavirus have like spent a lot of that money on like stocks and stuff?
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, most companies when they
it makes sense to them, but like, how is like, well, not my tax dollars, but like the average person's tax dollars being took and redistributed back to some fucking huge multinational or whatever, so they can rebuy their shares. So when the virus is over, they've got fucking even more net worth.
Of course, yeah.
System.
Of course, it's a broken system. But at this point, and as much as I hate to say this, being definitely not a libertarian at all, as much as I hate to say this, it's the best system we have. Definitely not in the American model, of course not. But in the European, French, German, English.
I think we're just sort of America light to a degree.
Yeah, that's but it's still America Light still has less corn syrup than America. If you get my gist.
Yeah.
It's not it's not as good as mineral water, but it's better than Monster Energy.
But well, I don't think we've really discussed the benefits of communism and how it would benefit the largest majority. Sorry.
What would you say would benefit the average listener if communism took over?
Well, they would probably have to work less, and there'd be less inequality, and there'd be less poverty, so people wouldn't need to starve or get abused. So their average work life would actually be better, and they'd have more free time, and there'd be more equality, and equality is good.
Well, let me ask you something. As somebody who is currently in East Germany and frequently has discussions with individuals who lived in the GDR, DDR in German language, their descriptions of the work life in the GDR, which at the end of the day, yes, was a socialist, not communist country, was that basically they'd go there, they'd do the absolute minimum they had to, and they sat around all day, did jack shit, relaxed, and then went home and got a almost zero pay, but it was enough to survive, and they knew that their pay would not be reflected by their performance. So they just did the absolute minimum. They fulfilled the quota, and that kept industry down, that kept production down, that kept exports down, and made sure that GDR was not a country that could really economically perform enough to sustain its citizens at a certain minimum level of security in comparison to even West Germany, which was like night and day. So yes, you're talking about equality, you're talking about poverty, but I mean, if everybody's poor, yeah, of course you're equal. And if everybody's poor, and nobody can afford anything good, then I guess you've dropped down the bar of middle and upper class so low that it's already seen as swanky if you only have to wait 5 years rather than 10 years for a telephone. So I guess if you lower your standards enough, then... But nobody really wants to lower their standards.
Okay, so it seems like there were some administrative issues in that example that you given regarding East Germany. So
which was the same in UdSSR, pardon me, USSR, which was the same which was much worse than in China. And frankly, the only even communist or socialist state I could think of that even had moderate success, I'd say, success in quotations, was maybe Cuba, because they're over there, actually I don't really know why they want, it wasn't really a success. It was more like we're just waiting for it to collapse, but until then we're doing good.
They do actually have a better healthcare system than the United States, which is interesting.
Well, that's not hard. I mean, like fucking South Africa has better healthcare system than the United States. The United States healthcare system is a joke.
I just need to read out a reader comment. The American model is a lot more stable long time. That's why countries like Germany are unable to keep their systems up.
Well, how would you define? Well, Jonathan Reelman writes, and he's got some guy in front of an American flag, and there's text in front of it that I cannot read as this avatar picture. And Mr. Reelman, I assume. I mean, I'm just gonna take that name for face value. Mr. Willman, how do you define is unable to keep those systems up?
Well, I think what he means is that your government is spending a lot more per head on the public. They need to tax more, whereas the Americans, they just they're letting certain people die.
Yes, but if that is a good point. But
I
however,
think you can get any healthcare you want if you're willing to go into the debt, and the debt's non-collectible if it's medical. Like they can't really it's not great to get into the debt and stuff, and it'll follow you around. But
you don't have to you don't get into the debt in the German healthcare system. The way it works is that you take a rate based on your income and your marriage level. Like say if there's two people married, with kids, of course they're gonna have to pay less into the system because Germany wants to encourage marriage and getting kids. But in Germany, you don't go into debt because of healthcare payments.
So just about to be joined by the American who had the point earlier. So would you like to expand on why you feel the American system is more stable?
I'm actually not an American, but
you're the poshest cunt of all time.
Just a shill, yeah, okay.
When I was in Oxford, I was.
No, I'm actually a German, but So here's the basic point. So one of the misconceptions that you said was that the Americans just let some people die. That's entirely false. Usually, the American system is community-based. So the idea is that you get the healthcare you need by churches, by communities, by the people around you. Obviously, that doesn't work in metropolitans as much nowadays as it used to, due to the reason of those metropolitans not giving a shit about communities. In Germany, the basic idea was that communities were socialized, which is something they kind of learned from Hegelian socialism in a certain sense. They basically looked at these things and said that man in and of himself cannot be made sure to take care of each other. That's an experience they kind of also made during the Second World War. They thought you need a certain sense of identity in something, so they created what a phrase that is thrown around all the time in Germany, which is solidarity, which is a very German concept if you think about it. Oh, excuse me, do you guys say something?
No, that's just
okay.
Maybe it could be that's the background of the urban environment outside my house. I can go close my windows if I'm annoying.
Oh no, it's not that. It's just that something was blinking up, and I had a message on Discord earlier that something wasn't working. But so the basic idea behind this is that the Germans are forced to take care of each other. Now you have the problem with a more prosperous society creating less children, which they inevitably seem to do unless they tend to stay religious.
That is a problem in Germany, that we do have a massive negative birth rate. Negative birth rate, is that the proper term you'd give it?
Yeah, you could use that term. I mean, people would understand it.
I believe it's got a lot worse too. Like a new thing that came out recently that due to like Corona and stuff, it's going to be like an all-time low.
Well, I don't think that the German system was going to be hit by something like Corona as hard as people would imagine, because the German system doesn't have a crisis problem; it has a sustainability problem.
No, but I still think
the German system is very crisis resistant, unlike the English one, the NHS, for instance, which has.
I'm thinking more on a psychological level that people probably just wouldn't want to risk having children in the current climate. It'd probably put it off for a little while.
And one of the things, I haven't watched the stream so long. I've just jumped in very recently. One of the things that I find rather disturbing in a way is your guys' lack of what would you call that? The European liberal value of self-determination. It doesn't matter if 90% of your population die to sickness or whatever. That is entirely not of your interest. If it is of your interest, it is your duty to personally do something against it, not the government's duty. And I find it very disturbing that this value seemingly get lost on people like you, because it doesn't matter how well a system works. What matters is how well a society develops. a moral and interwoven society is much more valuable than a good healthcare system.
That's a good. While that is a very good point, I would, however, make the criticism of that is that if you have such low regard for a government's input into social matters, as far as I've understood, then why have the government at all? Why not, in a humoristic?
The last one,
why not have a government at all? Why have a government at all if you have such
there's
low
plenty
esteem?
of reasons for a government.
Other than in joking terms to enforce the NAP and such.
Oh, I'm not libertarian. I'm conservative, but no, there's plenty of reason for a government, and but the government's purpose is not to safeguard you in a personal sense.
Then what else? What other reasons does it have? If you vote for them, if you pay taxes, if you
represent you on a global stage. So basically you have to make huge distinctions here between a country like America and European countries, because a country like America is anti-ethnocentric, right? European countries and the English are a little bit exempt from it due to their large-scale empires that they had, which made their culture a bit more open. But if you think about places
and due to their immense American, influence, frankly, the entire Anglosphere has immense American influence. If you look at Australian politics, it's pretty much just American libertarianism up to 11.
Well, that's not true.
I mean, I think it's becoming that case on a global scale. Just look at the Black Lives Matter protests, for instance. There were even ones in Japan, even there was about fucking 5.
Yeah, like 5 people. One of them is Japanese, and I don't want to make any racist jokes here, but
I don't know if you guys seen the funny little article where I think it was the Ukrainian minister of something was give me the names of those protesters so I can deport them.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I heard about that. I thought it was Uzbekistan, but it's an Eastern European country. Potato. Yeah.
But to get back to the original point, the purpose. So, in general, right? You tend to have people of a reasonably different ideological persuasion. So giving you an example with Germany. Germany, despite Germans for some reason always referring to the German people, Germany is not really, and I'm not saying this as the internationalist argument, not really made up of the German people. So you had different periods of time where Germany was made up of different religious groups, usually the Lutherans, which would militarize to protect themselves from the Catholics around the continent. And they didn't care what country you came from originally. They cared about you being a Lutheran. And that loosened up again. And
when you believe, correct me if I'm wrong but I believe also they took many Protestants from France. The Huguenots, was that their name?
I think it was, yes.
Yes.
And you got to think about countries in those terms, right? Countries are well.
They're collections of people with a comparable.
They're ethnic realms. In other words, it's a people that share a heritage, a history, and a culture.
Yes.
And countries in those regards basically should enforce the will of this ideology. You might, without trying to make this sound funny, the mimetic meaning of the ideas of the culture, and try to represent them on a global scale.
Of course, but the German culture, which has developed since the also this after post World War II, has become a culture of Volkssolidarität, as you have mentioned, of helping your fellow man. And I'm not saying that there's no place for parties like the FDP, but there is. And I believe they should be part of the Bundestag because it's important to have perspectives from every political life. Even though I completely disagree with it, I believe they should be in the Bundestag. But my point is that if you don't have a state that cares for its weakest link, then you cannot guarantee a stable system for everybody. Okay, you cannot guarantee you cannot. Can I finish my point, because I'm going to be as quick as possible, and I'm not saying give the welfare queens a billion, what was that here?
No, I know what you mean. Assure a minimum life standard.
Yeah, I'm also completely against the, what was the 1.000 Euro im Monat von irgend so einem linken Heini.
No, I get what you mean.
What was that thing where, you give everybody $1,000 a month? I'm completely against that too.
UBI.
Yeah.
No,
but
I get your point. I do, because I've heard it multiple times.
Because it's also because the last point that I want to say, the last point that I want to make about that is that, say if you have an example, this is completely theoretical, however, you've got a child who is the son or daughter of a member of who takes somebody who takes Hartz IV, which is the German welfare program.
Yeah, just say unemployment.
Unemployment, thank you. And say theoretically they have like an IQ of 130. I know IQ is not the proper way to measure intelligence, but you get my point. They're extremely bright. They excel in studies. However, they don't have the opportunity to go to gymnasium because maybe their parents are against it because they don't have enough money. They don't, and frankly, Germany is a society built around where the rich get better education than the poor. Even if everybody goes to a public college or a public, school.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that's the same in every country, though.
It is.
German. No, it's not. It's not like it is in Germany.
Yeah.
So if you take the English education system, IQ and conscientiousness are very positively correlated with academic achievement. Very positively. In German, believe it or not, despite Germany being a much less classful society than England, it is almost negatively correlated. We have 3 main school systems, right? Which is basically main school, real school, and gymnasium.
Wait, I didn't know there's a difference between Hauptschule, I assume you mean by main school?
Yeah.
What's the difference between Hauptschule and Realschule? I've never understood that, by the way, myself.
I can tell it to you because I actually went to a real school. And coincidentally, I'm much more successful than most of my friends who went to the gymnasium. The difference is basically, this was put up during the Prussian war times. The real school was there to create soldiers and manufacturers. The main school was there to create soldiers and manufacturers. The real school was there to create middle management and generals, officers. And the gymnasium was there to create higher management people and generals. And it happens to this day that that these 3 school systems are a lot more akin to class to wealth than they are to intelligence in Germany. While in a lot of other countries, in almost every Western country that I know of, it is way more correlated with IQ and conscientiousness.
That is an interesting point, because I don't like to say this, but I would have to admit that I managed to get into gymnasium and I managed to get my Abitur. However, I am practically naturally, scientifically illiterate. I mean, I can do basic math and I can, I managed to, get past my Grundkurs, basic course in math, but, I don't know that shit at all.
Let me give you an example out of my life.
And, I'm upper middle class, and probably that's the only reason my parents are upper middle class. That's the only reason I even got there in the first place.
See, that's an interesting point, because my parents were builders. Right, to be quite precise, my mother was a cleaner and my father was the people who put materials between walls, so they're
insulator. Yeah.
For most people, though, social mobility isn't an option.
Well, that is true, but in most, like in Germany, it is less so than in most other countries. And when the English world, is yawning about their social mobility, is saying, "Oh, we have such a big problem with that," you have the least problem on the world with that. Like, compared to any other place, the English world is the most socially mobile and the most socially egalitarian place in the world.
Yeah, but if you went to a working class school in a shithole area, you're not going to get a decent education.
That wasn't his point.
True.
But
that is true. But
we could do something better.
And education is the main tool for anyone's social mobility. So,
well,
specifically go to a school where
you might consider that to be true, but keep in mind it is just worse in every other country.
Yeah, again, I am sorry about him. He's not very well educated, as he was saying himself there. So you didn't quite understand your point. But yeah, just because something isn't good, just because something is better, doesn't mean we than other countries, or not as bad, doesn't mean we could achieve. We can't strive to be, actually good.
No, I agree. You should always strive to do greater. But if you want to increase social mobility, you have to decrease statization of federalization of public life.
But the question is about
the fact because we as is all our schools pretty much are run by the government, and it's all like on a big federal level, and everything gets funded and stuff. But it just turns out that the nice schools in the nice areas with all the rich, where all the rich people live,
obviously, because those areas have more money put into them. Yeah. No, but let me tell you a solution to that.
But you also have to ask the question: is what's more important, a general level of social security or social upwards mobility? Because there's social a reason.
Because freedom to failure is very important.
Because there's an important aspect about society. You have to have a stable under, middle, and upper class for capitalistic society or society in general to function. Because the middle class pays all the tax. The middle class.
That is not true. That is entirely false. Like the upper 1% pays 50% of all tax income.
Excuse me.
I've seen this.
What source do you have from that?
I'm willing to. I've seen that stat.
Currently, I don't have it at hand, but you can after the stream.
But here's a pro. That's right though, because they take all the money. They should be the ones who give most of it back.
Yeah, that's
of course, but in theory, but when you
so let me go.
In theory, of course, but in practice, you see most, all these rich people, they're sending all money into their offshore accounts, and then middle
setting their own businesses in Ireland and stuff like that.
I'm sorry, that is also true, but that happens to be mostly true in societies where the tax burden on the rich is set higher, despite them not needing to be set higher. All you need is a flat tax. But to get back to the point of education, which Insidious Anon pointed out. So there's a solution to that education problem. There's an actual solution to that. So you might know Thomas Sowell. He wrote a book recently called "On Charter Schools and Their Enemies." And in that, he actually shows that charter schools, which are still somewhat publicly funded, but the only thing they have different, that they have competition, right? They can fire their teachers easily, and they need to make their environment there pleasant for students and make it a worthwhile education for people to get out of the public school system to get into charter school. That means they have competition, which is not perfect competition, but they do have it. And it turns out that, for instance, black youth from ghettoized areas that go to charter schools tend to have a better education at the end of that than upper class white people that go to the public schools in the area.
I could imagine that. I could definitely see that being true.
But the question is, if I may mention this, charter school, I assume are private schools, yes?
No, they're publicly funded schools, but they're not owned by the government.
Okay. So you don't have to pay tuition fees.
I'm not sure. I think some of them you have to pay minor tuition fees, but
okay.
But they get most of their funding from the government.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, because if you were mentioning that, say black youth from ghettoized communities, it'd be hard to afford a private school. That's why I was assuming such.
Well, it wasn't. It actually wouldn't be so hard to afford a private schools if private schools had more competition. So we are at a big difference of philosophy, like you three and I.
I'm not. If I may,
I'm totally agreeing with you. I don't know why. You
okay. I'm sorry. I didn't.
I'm not saying that I'm against the concept of private schools, and I'm not saying I'm against the current, especially I'd say in Germany, educational standard that they have right now. I'm just saying it's a slippery slope from saying private schools deserve more state funding to
No, that's not my point.
Say an educational system the way they have in Australia. I'm going to use Australia as a negative example for most privatization cases, if you don't mind.
I would say I'd have to, Mike, because I don't know anything about Australia, but I'll just take your word on everything you'll say.
Thank you, I
If you
appreciate
said
it.
that you don't want any state funding for these schools, like
Yes, I would like no state funding for for schooling, or
for all schooling in general.
Yes, all schooling in general.
So how would you expect, like, maybe just, you know, an absolute shit out of a parent to send their kid to school and improve their life then, if, you know, they're just pissing all their money at wall and don't have money for it?
That's a very good question, and I accept that criticism of my ideology, because I don't see people necessarily only as individuals. I see them as families, right? Which is kind of the older, more Roman-centric view of private life. I believe it is the duty of the parents to provide for their kids, and if the parents can't provide for their kids, it is their legacy that is being harmed. Which you could say this is harming individual children, which it is, yes. And I agree that these children should be given opportunity, but I believe this should be done by private sponsors. You know, like I believe personally, and that just comes from maybe a Christian morale that I hold, that I am personally responsible for the people in my community. So, giving you an example, right? I work in infrastructure for high tech technology, right? Service, that kind of stuff.
That's cool.
And
yeah.
I have a very very keen well, I'm a tinkerer, and I do a lot with technology, and one of the things that happens if you do a lot with technology, like laptop modification, just out of hobby, is that you tend to have a lot of machines, right? I'm just currently in this house. I have a computer that I'm talking on with you, and I have like 3 laptops or 4 laptops behind me. I give away laptops to people that I know who could use them, and I teach them how to use them when I have the time in ways that make them productive. Right, like setting up a little server with Linux or something similar. And I do this because I believe it's my duty towards my community to do. However, the taxpayer who pays for the education of the child 400 kilometers in a different direction, he doesn't particularly care about that child. He doesn't know anything about that child. And if we've learned one thing, money does not equal results.
I think
money is just the reason.
Sorry, I think what you're saying is better though, but like to expect that every neglected child or everyone who's, you know, not got a support system already there for them can get somebody like yourself to take over, it's kind of
it's idealistic. It's obviously
idealistic. Yeah. I agree, it is idealistic, but it is also idealistic to expect a state to be able to take care of its populace.
But I'd say that it's doing a reasonably fair job of it in its current state.
I'd say that America in the 20s and 30s was also, and you might mention the Great Depression. Keep in mind, the first Great Depression of the 1920s was like they had 2 Great Depressions, and the first one, without government intervention, went over in 12 months. That system seems to me to be a lot more desirable.
What about the Romans?
Not to say that everyone needs to follow that system.
But if it went away in 12 months and then it returned only for FDR to pull the United States out of it.
That was the problem.
But if the FDR made it worse, then how did the United States turn from basically a practically failed state after the collapse? And if you say,
World War II.
Exactly.
Due to World War II, that's how they did it.
Exactly, and FDR brought the United States into World War II.
That is true, but I don't think that our policy should be let's somehow join wars late.
Hope we get our manufacturing sort of like absolute.
Yeah, I mean, so here's the thing I'll give you. Top-down governance is sometimes very effective during wartime because people have a common enemy.
I think you've misunderstood the point that I'm trying to make, and it's not your fault because there are a lot of people who have ideas considered comparable to mine that are strongly left-leaning, strongly collectivist, strongly. I mean, in my case, I'm saying in my case that often people mistake me for having a very strong collectivist economic philosophy, which I do not blame you for thinking, because I would see myself as
just elaborate on the point. Then I'll understand.
My point is, however, that a government does not have, of course, the responsibility to make sure you're coddled or you're fine, or everybody's like Wohlstand für alle meme that people have been spouting for a very long time, which is not which is not realistically possible.
I don't think it's philosophically desirable either. But anyways, continue.
But my point is, however, that everybody should have the chance, the theoretical chance to, if with enough hard work, to make it.
I think we also agree on that.
And you need, however, in my opinion, you need a certain level of government intervention into a system to be able to have that chance.
Let me ask you one question about that philosophy.
Somebody's breathing really hard into the microphone. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, that's true. King Billy is that. But let me just ask a question, and after that, I'll let you guys talk, answer any questions that you have about me, and then I'll leave again because
it's fine. You could join. I've found your discussion very fascinating.
I appreciate all of you. But so the question that I want to ask is, if people should have the freedom of upwards mobility, right? Should people also have the freedom to fail?
Of course.
Yes.
Okay,
Definitely.
so people should be able to
downwards
as well.
Of course.
But what counts as failure? What counts as failure in the system?
Oh no, failure in the system would basically mean that you fail to produce enough value to your common man that he is unwilling to part his
what would you say
you?
What would you say to a child who's born to like a smack addict or a drug addict family? You know, have they failed at life and been born to the wrong family? They've not had a chance to fail yet.
So if I'd have this person in the viewership of 12 people right now, and I'd have to talk to them and say,
well, actually, he's the person you're speaking to right now.
What?
He's the person you're speaking to right now.
Okay.
The person who asked that question was born to a smack addict.
What I say to you in this case is, you've been dealt a very, very tough hand in life. One much more hard than most people could understand. And it is often very hard to accept the life that we were given, and to keep, be confident and to keep confidence in the future, due to the, misfortunes that plague our past. But if you're able to just improve it a little bit more than the people who came before you did, which doesn't mean that you which sounds a bit dreadful, which doesn't mean that you might be a millionaire someday, or even have an easy life someday. But if you can
ask a human to leave a better world than this.
Sure, but leave a slightly better life for your kids, and they can leave a slightly better life for their kid. And maybe even you someday have an idea that gets you out of the situation.
But that's the problem. If you don't have the basic access to, say, a basic educational concept, which of course a bad example for the German society, but in theory, you need to have a certain level of where the state steps in and said, okay, if your parents are too incompetent, too drug addicted, too simply fail as human beings to do it, then the state has to step in, because otherwise, why even have a state? If the state's not going to help you,
to say this to Anon has access to the internet, right? He is able to, during, I suppose that you probably have a hard job or something that you work on, or something that you're passionate towards, and I assume that when you get home at the end of the day, you're probably tired. But you are educating yourself, and you are doing this right now because you're talking to people and hearing ideas, and that's something very important, and you can pass that on to your kids.
But not every child will do that. Of course, most, if you look at
every child well-raised will.
If you look at kids, from where they are, if they're not going to go on the internet to, take part in the most interesting podcast on the web, or educate themselves, they're going to go on Instagram and look at pictures of Kim Kardashian or whatever.
It's their freedom to fail.
I know, but you do have a certain responsibility as a society to have them, to give them
as an individual,
to give them, but you do have a certain responsibility as the caretaker, as a society, which is an extension of the family unit, to give them a minimum level of education, a minimum level of.
This is where we hardly where we have a hard line, where we have a very hard line. This society is not an extension of the family; it's a conglomerate of families. It is not an extension of anything. It is multiple families agreeing to work together.
Is that what a country is as well? Or where does the imaginary line stop?
Oh, okay. What do you mean the imaginary line? Stop. So basically, you have the individual. The individual is you, yourself, and I. You know, you are your individual. I don't think it's really easy to define that, right?
Okay.
Then you got the family, which is people of blood relations and close relations, meaning someone who's not of blood relation can't still be part of your family by adopting them into your family. Then you have larger extended family, which is the people in your usually very immediate community, if your family was stable, meaning stable in one place. Then as soon as these blood relations get very diluted, which one might say that already starts at second or third cousins. It's to give you an easy answer, it's mostly dependent on direct feeling.
Sounds like racism
in other words,
to me.
If you're not willing to share a house with that person, they can't be family.
But you're willing to share a country and a society with that person.
Exactly,
because you have comparable values. And if you look at a lot,
also correct.
And why do you marry a person? Because
because of course they raise good children.
of course, there's a certain extent of they're very unattractive. But in the modern society where where a average person is not just looking, in most cases I'd assume, and most people are not just looking for a hole to fuck when they try to marry, because they try to look for something because comparable ethical standards, moral standards, philosophical, religious standards
are actually doing, despite what the media would tell you.
Yeah. So because of that, are you opposed to multiculturalism? Because if you've got different peoples with different fundamental values, is it difficult for a nation to function then?
That's an interesting question. I'm not only opposed to multiculturalism, I don't believe the concept exists. Right. I believe it's a in a way it's an oxymoron, right?
That's interesting. There have been multicultural societies throughout history, like for example the Ottoman Empire, the Roman Empire.
That is true, but those are empires, not societies. Empires can be made up of multiple societies.
They are societies. I guess where I disagree with you is that I think it's possible to have a multicultural society, but it can't be democratic. That's what Aristotle was talking about in the Politics. He wrote a book that he said that he talked about 3 kinds of systems of government. He talked about democracy, monarchy, and aristocracy. And he said that for a democracy to work, the people have to be fundamentally have a philia, a common belief and common love for one another. I
agree with that, yes. But one of the things that I disagree on is is saying that an empire is a society.
Okay, so let's give a better example. I'll go for Singapore. Singapore is a very multiracial, very multicultural society, but the leader, I think it's called the Premier of Singapore, a president, I can't remember the actual title. He said that the reason Singapore could never be a democracy is because it's so multiracial, and because in a democracy, people always just go with the political party of their ethnic group, and that's why it wouldn't work in Singapore. So I would disagree that you can just dismiss multiculturalism, but I think it can't work in a democracy very well.
I tend to agree with you on some aspect, but so here's I think all of us know about this little Australian edgy boy, Catboy Carney.
I haven't. Catboy Connie doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, so he's like
I know a few Catboys.
But he made like a social experiments quote unquotation where it was like which squishy boys should I cut with a knife, and he had like brown and white little toys.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. And actually I watched it, and it wasn't as dumb as people make it out to be. It's actually quite the smart way of bringing his point across. Because people will choose on visual similarity first. And that's probably the argument against a multiracial society. But I believe there's humans or humanity has something transcending racial bounds, which is turns out that we hate the betrayer or ideological enemies a lot more than people who look different than us.
I would agree with that 100%.
Is it possible? Sorry, okay, I was just going to ask you, is it possible, I don't know if you're German, but you sound German, that, for example, that it's not really just the visual looks, it's about the kind of way people think? Because I imagine that if a bunch of English or Irish people moved to Germany, even if they learned the language, I think they would find it pretty challenging, I think, to be honest, because the culture is quite different.
They would, oh, Jesus, what have I done? Oh no, give me a second. Oh God.
Because I think that the German work ethic would probably be a bit challenging for a lot of people who are not German, and the kind of German bluntness and way of thinking would be like confusing to people. Just as I think Germans, if like 10 million Germans moved to Britain, I think they would find it challenging as well.
Yeah, Germans are Kantians, and Kant's philosophy is completely unapplicable to the English way of thinking.
Yeah, we're supposed to be empiricists, aren't we, or something like that?
Well, actually, the Germans are like anal empiricists in a sense.
Really? I thought you were supposed to be like idealists, like Kant was an idealist.
It's really weird. So it's basically this. It's
basically the concept of I will do what I have to and nothing more and nothing less.
I wish I could just give you a little book, because I have like a 200-page book about this. It's basically an introduction to Kant, and you'll basically see like Germans are basically the idea of the German philosophy is, technically speaking, everything's subjective, because you can't make objective experience. But inside the subjective experience, there are certain, prima, like that have to be accepted by everyone. Otherwise, otherwise society basically cannot function. While English people are more like, we'll just lean on observable reality. And the English are, technically speaking, to my understanding, wrong. You can't rely on observable reality because observation is flawed. But the Germans are even more wrong, because just saying, well, it doesn't work, so we have to force it to work, makes it a bit weird. But anyways, the actual point I was trying to get to is, I'm a Christian, right? And I could have the biggest, blackest guy in front of me in the entire world, right? Like the most Tyrone-looking guy you could imagine.
Purple Aki?
Yeah, kind of like that. And honestly,
hey, this guy does it. Yeah, that's cool.
And honestly, he'd be my brother and my family just as much as my actual brother is, if he is a Christian, the same value that I am. And I could have I could have my identical twin right in front of me, and I couldn't see him as my own if I see him disgrace the divinity of humanity.
So could you possibly claim that he would be an extension of your family, even though he's not related to by blood?
If I know him personally, yes. But if I don't know him personally, then no.
Say, imagine this: you're in a church, going to church. Say theoretically, you're going to church tomorrow, and
But continue.
I'm just saying theoretically.
Yeah.
And you say you notice that maybe say you wandered into I don't know, they don't really have those cliche American black churches in Germany.
Yeah, like the gospel.
Yeah, say imagine you walked into a gospel church, and they happen to be the exact same denomination of Christianity that you were, and you knew that much. Would you see them as your brothers, or would you see them as the foreign
in the community?
Okay. By the way, I don't mean foreign in the negative sense. I mean as the other.
But if I start interacting with them personally, and I start making deep friendships with some people, they can become my family.
Okay.
So it seems to me that basically the issue is really, as I posted here, philia rather than just simply race. You can build a society on, it could be race, it could be language, it could be religion, but you've got to have something very strong in common that really bonds people together. So you can have a kind of sort of democratic / theocratic state where everyone's a devout Sunni Muslim and they all basically think the same way, but they might be very different races.
So why have a democracy in the first place?
That's correct. It's probably a bad example. So I'll say maybe like Catholics perhaps would be a better example.
Yeah,
maybe
this Islamic place exists. It's called Oman. It's a democracy. Oman. Yeah, it's a democracy, but it's entirely made up of religious Muslims. So they don't mind sharing a democracy with each other because they all vote the same.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, I don't know much about Oman, but I'll take your word for it. I guess that makes sense. But I think that often, as I understand, in Islamic countries that are democratic, like Turkey, they tend to have to quite aggressively enforce a separation between religion and state. Like Turkey is a very aggressively secular. Like you're not allowed to wear headscarves in certain places.
Not really. I mean, they recently opened up the Hagia Sophia about 2 or 3 days ago for
yes,
prayers.
I mean that's Erdogan. He's very different. He's quite Islamic, but for most of like Turkish history. But yeah, Erdogan is really reversing and really pissing off a lot of Turks because he's kind of anti-secular. But I mean, like most of Turkish history, since like Ataturk.
Ataturk did a lot of modernization, I've heard.
Yeah, that's what I meant basically. Is that like Islamic democracy works when only when there's a very aggressive separation between religion and state.
But to go to the problem of Fila, I actually already wanted to leave, but this will be the last thing I'll say. And like I said, I'll be open to question for a second, but then I'll go. This is an interesting, like what you said. You need to have a firm foundation to which to build a society on. This is the problem that European countries face because we are ethnic societies, which is not something I particularly wish it would be, but we are. In other words, a German that moves to France stays a German, and a Frenchman that moves to England stays a Frenchman. And that's why people make comments like London isn't an English city anymore, because it isn't, because it's not made up of English people. And there is a big ethnic, which is partially racial, though I wouldn't say it's actually racial, but there's a big ethnic aspect to European identities. And we have tried to rip that away without replacing it with anything. The Americans have a big advantage. The Americans are an anti-ethnic people. The Americans are an ideological people.
Supposedly.
I mean, why would they putting the wall up? So I'd say that.
Yeah, I would say that's probably one of the biggest contradictions in American culture, because, like, straight after the Declaration of Independence, 1776, like I think it was like the 1790s, they very clearly clarified that when they're talking about all human beings having life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, they're talking about whites, and specifically, ideally, Protestant whites from England.
Yes, well, hold on. Ideally, but here's the point. The original morality.
I wouldn't even say ideally in modern America.
Well, hold on. What you're mistaken is the miscomings of a young ideology against the core of that ideology. So the base idea was that every man is created equal in the eyes of God. That is the Christian ethos, and that is the American ethos.
It just back then, democracy just democracy evolves. So
no, it's not just democracy evolves. Ideology evolves.
Ideology back then, they just simply did not see other peoples as human. Now, of course, we see.
It's not actually that. It's not actually that. That is why the Americans evolved in the way they did, because they started realizing the hypocrisy in their position. So first of all, it was slavery. So they basically
they had to literally go to war over slavery. So I don't really think that they were overly thrilled about ending it. They were definitely in.
Well, I mean, the English went to war with many countries over ending slavery.
We never get any credit for that.
When we also decided
that it's true, but the Americans
also went into huge
too, and they also never get credit. The Americans were the third country in the world, besides some Asian countries, to abolish slavery. The third country in the world.
Yeah,
the
but
French were the second, and the English were the first.
Yeah, but how many of the major European countries at that point were using slaves? I don't know.
The problem is if you look at colonialism, it's just slavery, but we don't have to look at them every day.
Well, hold on, Shrewer. I didn't quite understand.
Excuse me? Is everything?
Anon, and like inside voice Anon, yeah. Now I fucking got it. I'm dyslexic, by the way. Excuse my spasm.
No problem. We all have a little things that I had.
So anyway, what was your point about that using? Like you said something about like using slave labor.
Like you said, you said that it were a big. Like you made out that it was a big deal that America giving up slavery and being the third one to give it up was like a big achievement. But who else was really like running slaves at that point? Like in a major
everyone
as a major country.
Everyone. The only reason why most countries don't have black slaves, except for like blacks in their countries nowadays, is actually because when they abolished slavery due to English pressure, they shipped them back off to Africa.
And yet, apparently, we're the most racist country in the world, according to the people in our
the
place.
least racist country in the world.
Thank you.
Here's the point I'm trying to make. So, England had their own men die in the name of human sanctity. They said slavery is an abomination to the divinity of humans. So they went off to Saudi Arabia and blocked their ports, their slave trading ports. They went off to Africa and blocked their slave trading ports. They waged war, actual war, to stop slavery. Then the French were inspired by that. And for the first time, the French and the English had a common goal. It was to end slavery. So the French also gave their warships away, gave stuff like gave their guns away, gave their men away, like had their men die in the pursuit of ending slavery. There were English soldiers who jumped into the ocean to rescue African slaves that were on sinking ships because the Ottomans would just sink the ships because they'd otherwise get heavily fined if they find slaves on those ships. They'd crush babies with stones so they won't cry, so the English won't suspect any human cargo.
Kind of incredible we don't talk about Ottoman slavery or the 1 million Europeans enslaved by the Ottoman Empire, really.
The Ottomans had a big tradition of castrating black people and using them as
Yes, that's correct. It's why there aren't many blacks in Middle East right now, because they kept castrating them.
Castrating black people and what?
And using them as eunuchs, like basically as unofficial sex slaves. And here's the amazing thing about the Americans. The Americans always being an inward-focused people, and they always have been. They always have been an inward-focused people.
So that they definitely try and meddle in international affairs a lot.
Yeah, but only in their own interest.
I'd say that's definitely them trying to enforce their.
Well, that's because they're the world hegemon. They don't have any, like, they have to do this because otherwise someone worse would.
Yeah.
So the problem.
I think that meddling in the Middle East was a bit of a bad move there.
No, I think it was a necessary move.
I would say
destabilization and like.
I would say, however, I will say that the United States at that point in time could not have assumed
the consequences.
Yeah, because if you listen to my previous rants on previous episodes of this podcast, I do not quite appreciate Reagan, but I will say that I will not blame him for his issues in Afghanistan, because he could not have known the outcome that we would provide.
Is not like put yourself in their shoes. Right? Put yourself in their shoes. You have people all around the world. China started its outward expansion around that time, a bit later. You had Russia still trying to grasp power, and those places invest in the Middle East. You have to do something.
Of course.
Because and does that mean we have to drone strike dictators? Maybe not so brash. Maybe not so unsubtle.
I mean, it's better. At the end of the day, it's better than China or Russia getting.
Though the American strategy right now is actually very intelligent. Let them spend on the Middle East. It's a money drain. The Americans have learned that the Middle East is impossible. Like it's absolutely impossible, absolutely, to keep that place orderly while still being like virtuous outward looking. You have to either be an absolutely bloody tyrant.
There's also just a more blunt factor, which is that now recently in the last 10 years, the US has become the #1 producer of oil and gas. So they no longer really have the kind of motivation. Like there's a massive fracking and oil boom in the US in the last 10 years. So it's not really that interesting to them to go and meddle in the affairs anymore. Like they've got no motivation. So
that is true, but here's a couple places where they have interest in meddling, and rightfully so, and so they should. You have what's the place called again that China claims as their own, but it actually isn't?
Hong Kong. Oh, Taiwan.
Well, Taiwan, exactly. I always mix up Taiwan and Singapore. So you have Taiwan, where the Americans will definitely put more troops, and especially in Trump's next term, which he will get.
I definitely don't think Trump's getting another term.
Yeah, I'd have to agree.
I think there's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
After the way that he's handled the coronavirus, I think the way that
he didn't really
one of the highest death rates, I think.
I'm just going to bring up a poll and stick it on the screen.
The death rates are completely useless. like in Germany, we actually track them correctly. We track them as.
I know about the stats and now, like.
Okay, and here's the other part. Here's the other point.
The thing is, it's not actually the stats; it's how the public perceive his handling of it.
Do you think that when Biden and Trump are on a stage, that people are going for Biden?
The gap between them is massive. It's 10%.
But there were a gap of probably even larger when.
No, this is larger. It is larger than Hillary and.
You've got to remember with the American elections.
Americans
shit swings so quick.
Let me tell you a couple of very, very interesting stats. In every election, except for 3, the taller of the 2 candidates won. Just so you know.
That's interesting.
And it's not just that. Americans are attracted to strength and leadership most.
Bombastic personalities. It doesn't matter if they're correct.
I think I think you need to look at like what he's done this year and specifically like the main things he was running on were economy, which is fucked now due to Corona. His handling of Corona, I think I don't think the left thinks that he didn't do enough, and I think the right thinks that they haven't done enough. He's done too much.
Sure, but the right has no one to vote for, and the left wants Bernie.
Yeah,
Bernie. You remember that a lot of the reason he won was
let me tell you. Let me say 2 things. Thing number 1, I actually tend to make money on political betting. So
I made some money on Trump last year.
Okay, yeah. So we're both people with accurate predictions in the past. That's good. And now think about 2 things, right? How did support for Trump look in 2016, which made it win?
Terrible. Hence why I made some a decent round betting on it. I made
and now think about the counterpoint. How good does support for that was a tool? How good does support for Biden look? No one is actively encouraging Biden. No one. There's not a single soul on the planet who's like, hell yeah, Biden. Everyone's like, yeah, but he's not Trump.
It's the exact same thing with Hillary, and at least Biden had like 1 or 2 memes like the. What was the
watch out, SS Trump, here comes the Biden pedo.
I think people want like just a little bit of breathing room though. Do you know, like just stick Biden in for 4 years, chill out, And
then
breather.
I don't think so. I mean,
President Chris Christie.
You've got to keep in mind that Trump could potentially lose a lot of the popular vote and still win, because it's not really about the popular vote, it's about winning the delegates from the states. So if he can just hold on to those swing states...
He's not the favourite in any of them.
Which are the swing states again? I know there's like Florida...
Oh my god, I can just run it down.
Florida,
yeah,
Michigan.
Arizona, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin.
Did Michigan have a lot of Black Lives Matter issues?
He's got over a 5% lead in all of them.
Exactly. We're all
Michigan has Detroit.
We're all forgetting Trump's excellent handling of this whole rioting bullshit.
I thought he handled it. I don't know if the right didn't like his handling of it.
Everyone I know who isn't like an absolute mad Marxist loved it.
That's the problem with a lot of lefties, I think, because they only interact with other lefties. They don't know how to actually how ordinary people really think and how terrifying a lot of very right-wing people will find the Black Lives Matter riots. So that when they see a president like completely unequivocally condemning it and sending in troops, that'll make them feel secure. They like the image of all those things happening.
But there's also a thing with how he had the polls leaked though, because he were trying to send in troops to some certain like lefty cities and states, and the governors were like, "Yeah, no, we don't need them. It's fine. We'll let everything."
I am a Trump fan, and this might actually make him look bad. But the way a lot of the Roman emperors used to seize power again was by first staging violent riots and then quenching them by the military. Because the only thing people hate more than someone who's telling them what they have to do is someone who's like is chaos. We can't live in chaos. We can't.
I mean, didn't Bismarck try that when he was in his early 20s? I heard an anecdote about him trying to get a rabble of farmers to against the monarchy.
Don't believe the leftist narrative on the German.
No, I'm not saying that Bismarck was bad, but it was a bad. I mean, Bismarck is personally my favorite politician in history. In general,
for a leftist.
I'm not a leftist, as I said before.
You said you were left leaning.
No, I would say I am slightly. I would say center with a slight hint.
because
like a
people like
sprinkle of
Bismarck are like the most right authoritarian you could be.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say out if you ignore his monarchistic leanings. I mean, when you think
If you ignore his politics, no, don't get me wrong. I think that honestly, I think
like I'm the kind of person that says like, yeah, Maximilien Robespierre was justified, but I'm still, I'm willing to see that certain time periods in history need certain kind of leadership styles.
I'm just gonna say this one thing. This is the hill I'm gonna die on, and then I'm gonna and that's Hindenburg was the primary example of a perfect German.
even though he gave the chancellorship to Adolf Hitler,
he was 90 something and couldn't keep the chancellorship. And yes,
I mean, in a very cynical analysis of the
he had no other option. It was either him doing it or them taking it violent, killing him. In the end of the day, there's no option he had. So if you look at his actual life, he was probably the chattiest Chad you can ever chat. The guy was not only built like a tank, like he's a great family father. He's a military hero. He was a man of esteemed honor. He's friends with high-ranking generals across the battlefields.
I think we should probably just explain to a lot of our listeners and maybe some other people who Hindenburg was. He was president of Germany just before Hitler took over, and he was a general during World War One. That you could probably tell more about.
Yes,
tell our viewers a bit more about him than me.
Which is also very important. Like, he was so charismatic that he didn't have a party backing. He's just voted in as the president of the Weimar Republic as an independent.
People should probably know in 1932 he won the presidential election against Hitler, like hands down. He was so much more popular than Hitler.
Yes.
But
and that's because he is actually, like, if you look into the character himself, he's a legend. Like they don't make people like him anymore.
Is it possible though that because you, as a German, you admire him so much that you're maybe ignoring some of the big mistakes that he made? Like, for example,
I don't think he didn't make mistakes. I think he was the best possible person he could have been in his situation.
You don't think there's anything else he could have done in 1933 that would have stopped the Nazis coming to power?
Nothing he could have done without violating the overarching principles of his society.
He could have spoke out against them. He could have ensured that the people that supported him understood.
Yeah, if you have that position of power and influence over Germany, you could have said these people are fucking dangerous and they're going to wreck Germany, which is what he should have said.
You have to put it in context. These people saved Germany from the communist takeover.
Oh, that's bullshit. You're gonna bring up the Dolchstoßlegende. Oh my.
No, look, that is true. There was the November Revolution in Germany, where communists violently tried to take over the parliament, where people of the conservative and the imperialists and the Nazis, which I'm not saying that the Nazis are fine people or anything, but they did help in this situation, fought against the communists, which were supported by the SPD back then, which is why the communists hated the SPD so much. And afterwards, there was still this three-way alliance of these three parties. So should he say
this alliance was of necessity, and you cannot compare the reverence for empire, family values, and a traditional concept with, what was basically a group of racially motivated artists. I mean,
let's be fair.
A way to describe Nazis, racially motivated artists.
I mean, just look at them. I mean, if you compare, like, just take a good comparison. Like, let's just take them side by side in your head. Take a picture of the way it's like. You just look up his name because he has a because he has a very long name. A personal favorite military hero of mine of German history would have to be Paul von Lettow-Vorbeck, because he was an excellent general in World War One and he despised the Nazis.
Okay. I will concede on this point.
If you look at
Hindenburg, like every other person, should have said, like all other socialists, the Nazis are a failure. I agree with that.
I guess we could at least we find something that we can agree on, because I do see myself as a German classical patriot. I see myself as both a Verfassungspatriot and extreme fanboy of the German Empire of 1871 to 19.
There because the German Constitution is absolute garbage. The way it's set up is garbage. Like the legislative can just add to it, but it can't never take away from it. That's retarded.
Oh, first of all, by the way, I sent you the link to author Leto Warburg. I think maybe it's a good read. I think you might like him. It's a very interesting person.
Like the German Constitution is retarded, though, sadly. But I would be a German Constitution if we could figure out how to make a American style or South Korean style constitution. Yes.
Why South Korean in particular? I'm curious because I'm going to be honest. I know very little about South Korean culture, plastic surgery and such.
To my understanding of the subject, the South Koreans copied their constitution from, basically made a mixture of the Swiss way of doing it and of the American way of doing it. The way I understand it, though, I would lie if I said I'm highly educated on them. But anyway, see you guys. I might come on in another stream or something.
Okay, we'd love to have you, because, be honest, while I do disagree with you about a lot of points, I do enjoy our discourse.
Well, I have to say, I think I'd just like to thank you, German gentlemen, for raising the average IQ of the conversation that we usually have on Britfeel Radio. It's been quite a dramatic increase, to be honest.
Yeah, we're now almost on a 105 big boy IQ.
Well, it's more just we have a stereotype in Britain that Germans are very hardworking, but they're uptight and soulless, and they
that's accurate.
They are. I think maybe Germans, they see British people as lazy fat sacks of shit who fucking won the war and we can't even understand why.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah, but it's
those stereotypes are true, and the reason and the only reason is why you never meet Germans like that is because Germans like that don't learn English.
Yeah.
It is actually like that because
that's actually a good point. Actually, that would seem why a lot of Germans seem to be quite smart, just because the ones I'm interacting with can speak English, so they must be fairly intelligent.
Let me tell you something that you won't believe, but Schaubert will actually tell you that I don't think he came to that thought too, but I think he will be able to agree on it once I lay it out. It's amazing. German language, in its necessity, due to it being a much older language than things like Christianity, which developed individualism, right? English being a rather new language, was the language of individuality. Being different, right? Germans that can only think in German can only be collectivistic, and can only have a certain sense of German ideology because our language only allows for that. You will never meet a German English individualist who can't speak English, not because those not because those tendencies wouldn't exist, but because we don't have the language to phrase it in the ways that the English can.
You think that language completely affects the ideology of the people?
It affects your perception of reality. There were experiments made with African tribes who've never seen the color blue. And they have 10,000 words for different green tones, and so they put squares up where they have one light blue square amongst green squares. Well, the sky isn't blue; the sky is white.
I mean, the sky's pretty blue.
You call it blue because you have a concept of blue. That's the whole point of the experiment.
Are we really having a fight of whether the sky is blue or not?
No,
because that's kind of
the Romans called the ocean the color of wine.
The wine dark sea in the Iliad, I think it is what you're referring to.
Because they didn't have a word for blue at that time.
I know what you mean, because in Welsh, actually, I know this for some reason, but in Welsh, there's not really a clear distinction between blue and green in the way there is in English. It's quite strange.
And you would find a person who only Welsh find it rather hard to distinguish these two colors. And here comes the interesting thing, right? As soon as these people who made the experiment, which is really fucking interesting, pointed out which one is the different one, right? And gave them a term for it, and did that a couple times, all of a sudden these people could see the difference. And all of a sudden they noticed that things they have already seen are actually not the color that they thought it was.
So let me ask you a question. How has the spread of the English language around the world through colonialism and American capitalism affected the way human beings think and on the political future of the human race?
English a lot more. No, but that's because people. No, I think the influence. Oh, that's a tough question. I don't know about that. I'm sorry. That would be way too much to get into for me right now.
That's interesting. So, like, because I know that Germans say they have a very deep relationship with their language. Like, you have like Brothers Grimm, the analysis of the language, and the language is very much part of the identity. I think that a lot of British people, or English people particularly, they've sort of lost a lot of national identity because they're like their language is not really theirs anymore. Like, it's not really unique to English people because everyone speaks their fucking language. So it doesn't feel like it's theirs. It doesn't feel like it's really connected just to them.
The Imperial German anthem actually sings about uniting the German voices. So the people, so it's about uniting the speak German.
Right, that's all fascinating and stuff, but we need to really start our discussion on sexuality traps and the modern age.
Oh yeah.
Now we're going to drop down to more lower levels of IQ conversation. But thank you, German gentlemen. You've really risen the bar.
Just saying they are inherently gay, but being attracted does not make you. See you guys.
Ja.
Okay. Alright. Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen. Wir hören uns wieder.
Right. So so traps is another term for transgender.
Quick, excuse me, first of all, I gotta say that. First of all, I gotta grab myself a beer. Be right back.
Don't know
Typical
what that
German
means.
beer.
Oh, okay. So, just to give a bit of background, traps are not transgender people. Traps are men who dress as women, but look quite a bit like women, and have penises. So, do you need to make that distinction? So we're not talking about trans people here. Trans people are women. We're talking about traps. So,
how does a person tell if they're a trap or a transgender?
Well, I think it'd be a self-identifying thing. Sometimes
men
would call
what if they're a tranny and they're just like a little bit of trapping on the side?
Just to fill you in, Schubert, we're just discussing how does a person tell if they're a trap or a transgender?
I think it depends on the person itself. Do they see themselves as a man who is with maybe a lot of non-gender conforming traits, or do they see themselves as a woman who was born in the body of a man?
There is a bit more to it as well. It's also in the eye of the beholder. Sometimes they will tell themselves that person is either a trap or trans to make themselves more comfortable with what they're about to do.
What if you're a natural-born female who's transgendered to male?
What does natural-born female mean?
But
you have a vagina,
vagina and uterus, and then you became like transgendered male at a later point, but you like to trap as a female in you as well.
That's just being an asshole. Like, straight up, as a bisexual man, that's just being an asshole.
Okay, so I personally think that men who have sex with so-called traps are gay, but not gay, but they are having sex with men, and that is a homosexual act.
Like, so womanly looking that you're trapped or tricked into it.
If you're tricked into it, well then yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Rape.
That's a good question, because you have to look at the definition of rape is cajole.
Yeah, technically it is rape. It's 100% rape. If you withhold information or you pretend to be someone else, it counts as rape because it's not consent.
I'm kind of impressed that you believe that, Moni. My opinion of you has raised significantly.
So do you tell any romantic entanglements about your situation?
I believe I legally need to. I think it was brought up in the news some time ago.
Wasn't there this bizarre story about like this like couple of lesbian woman who like dressed up as a man and like fucked a woman with a blindfold in with a strap on, and she didn't actually know that she was a woman. She thought she was dating a man.
I remember that.
Absolute fucking legend. Absolute fucking legend.
But she got like 20 years for rape or something. It was really strange.
I think she was kind of attractive too, maybe from what I remember, but I don't really recall.
Dude,
Lesbian, she had some like body issues and stuff. That's why she needed her to have the blindfold on. I just remember thinking at the time, like, this bitch can sort of just finesse some woman into like waiting in a random room with a blindfold on.
I can't even fucking get them to reply on fucking Tinder. How the fuck are they doing that?
I'm thinking, I'm like, what is this? This bitch has got some real game. She's got some game.
Like, you gotta find me that link for me, because I'm gonna send that to my lesbian friend. She's gonna laugh her ass off when she hears that one.
I think it's more sad than anything else, to be honest. Because it went on for a while as well. Like, it wasn't... I don't think it was just a one-off.
I mean, it's sad if, you know, you get down to the nitty-gritty of it, but, you know, as a overarching sort of thing, it's...
But I mean, if you're like...
stand back from it. Treat it as the spectacle it should be.
Okay, well, how would you feel if you were approached by someone, a woman, and it turns out they're actually a man, and they got you to wear a blindfold, and you were okay with it because they were so attractive, and then as you were blindfolded, they
as they're being flashlight. Yeah.
What they said, I'm just going to use a strap on, and I'm like, oh, that feels a bit fleshy. Like what?
No, a flashlight. They used a flashlight.
I think I know. I think I know the difference.
Like, well, say you didn't though. Say they were that good at it.
I would though. I'd know the difference.
Yeah, because you've used one, huh?
Well, I know. I haven't actually. I thought about getting one way back when, but I thought that seems like I'm crossing a line into a territory I don't want to be in as a person.
You're not.
I want to be one of those guys who owns one of those.
Sex toys are very normal.
Men. Not for men.
Yeah, there's a big, massive stigma for men who have sex toys.
Well, then...
A girl can have like 4, and it's like, oh, look at me, I'm quirky and liberated. And man, like if you went for one,
yeah, the man has like one as a Akira flashlight, and then he's suddenly a sex pervert. Yeah,
yeah. She like went into your drawer to grab something, and there were just like 4 pocket pussies just knocking around, or just you know,
flopping about with like some dried cum. Just
you got like a black one, an Asian one, a white one. You're like,
I'm multicultural. I'm a man of the world. You know, I'm a cosmopolitan.
I don't think she'd be dead impressed with it. I think she's probably pretty off put.
Like, I don't know, some stupid, really extremely left-leaning chick could probably be, you know, conned into thinking that, but you know.
Yeah, but that's part of the reason for that is because men aren't able to sexually satisfy women because it's harder for them to achieve an orgasm through natural means.
Yeah, that's why you go down on them.
Well,
there's nothing that a woman can do to a woman that a man can't do as well. Like, it's not tricky. You can go down on them, you can finger, you can do anything you want, really. It's just...
You can give them a flesh pipe.
Yeah, there's only thing...
shouldn't just like rub like fucking supercharged vibrators on the clits 24/7 and just blast the sensitivity out of it. Same as a man shouldn't absolutely choke the fuck out of his dick and wank it senseless.
Why did God put the clitoris outside of the vaginal canal?
So you can grind your pubic bone into it while you're fucking hard.
The minute the German guy loses goes where the other German guy.
I know that the conversation is taken very disgusting and basically like low IQ conversations, really. Like, you know.
Yeah, I am rather
it's my wheelhouse. It's my wheelhouse.
With that as well.
We gotta balance it out. We gotta balance out the educational discussion with the shit posting and just keep it, you know, keep it fun. Keep it fun.
Good at that balance.
Okay, so let's try and combine it together. So, Paul von Hindenburg, would he be a top or a bottom?
100% top.
100% top.
Yes.
Would he top Adolf Hitler?
I don't even want to imagine that because that just feels so wrong.
Speaking of Hindenburg, the Hindenburg disaster video is low-key hilarious, right?
I know, yeah. It's like,
the humanity.
Wait, let me see if I can do my American. Oh, the humanity are burning.
Oh, this is quite the spectacle.
Oh, there's people burning and falling out. I don't fucking know. You could all watch it on British Pate. They have the whole thing on that channel.
Okay.
And HD, even HD.
So, what was the general consensus then? Gay or not to have sex with traps?
Yeah.
It's a bit gay, to be honest. It's pretty gay.
Like let's say 50-50. Like if you can't see, and it depends on the circles. Like if you can't see, you can't. Like I remember there's like this guy that I watched like a joke essay on YouTube, the whole Schrodinger's dick thing. Like if you can't see the dick.
Well, I'm gonna put that down as a yes as well. Okay, so are TERFs female incels, and how did they appear? Actually, I've got quite a strong opinion on that. I was thinking about earlier. So I think female incels are actually allies of trans people.
Okay, that's a hot take. That's a hot take.
I can't quite remember my entire thought though.
Yeah,
so
I'd be very interested in that entire thought.
Really ugly women.
Yeah, like.
Are they allies because they make you blend in better?
No, I think I had an example of an actual female incel who was an ally, but I can't remember who it was.
Was she very obese?
Definitely went arc.
Probably.
I can sort of think that. I think that the only thing a female incel is they're usually very overweight. That's basically the only way you can be a female incel, in my opinion, is just being very fat.
I'd say it's also a very big character thing.
Or being a
really?
feminist.
But yeah, you don't think there is a lot of horny men that would just fuck any woman, even if she had a horrible personality?
Of course, but if she's not gonna let guys fuck in the first place, it's also a personality issue.
Yeah. Right, but then they're not really a femcel, they're not really a female incel, then if they don't want to fuck.
Well, I think it'd be a different. If it's not that they don't want to fuck, it's just they're just too socially retarded to fuck. It's also like a thing with like a lot of male incels. Like look at Elliot Rodger. I mean, dead ass.
Elliot Rodgers made overtures towards women. He went on dating sites, I think,
but he clearly couldn't. I mean,
women.
It was not his looks. Elliot Rodgers was a very attractive man. It's just he was, too socially autistic to get it done right.
He wasn't attractive.
Yeah, of course, he's really cute.
I think if he had a different brain in his body, like a Chad brain or a Dino brain, he'd definitely have been smashing post-bit.
Definitely.
His brain with his body definitely didn't attract any women.
Okay, but so I think the thing to remember is that both and I don't think TERFs are female incels. I don't think there's necessarily a link between the two.
It's just TERF.
Sorry?
I mean, TERF's anti-transgender.
Yeah, TERF very radical feminists.
You can the mad shit they want, tell them anything they want. Sure, darling.
Yeah, just say, oh yeah, I'm totally down with the trans people. Yeah, but I mean,
whatever you believe, I believe as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the main goal to getting pussy. Like, listen to political bullshit, and then like, yeah, of course. I mean, I faked smoking weed to smash this chick for a straight week, even though I don't do drugs. So,
here's a question about women, and maybe Moni can help me out there because obviously she considers herself a woman, but was born a man. What do you think women? Are they more conformist than men? Because I find that women are much more like they just go with the flow with like beliefs and ideas and fashion and everything. They tend to be a bit more conformist rather than individualistic. What do you think about that? Because I kind of feel that's why most like hardline SJWs they tend to be female. It just feels like it's very. It feels like they just like following the crowd. It's difficult to describe.
I agree with that from an outside perspective as a man.
Okay.
Case.
So
that's that, Moni.
So I have met a fair few women who do have counterculture beliefs. They perhaps do fall into certain categories. They're perhaps not Stacey's in terms of appearance. So I guess that feeds into some more stereotypes that you probably already hold. Broadly speaking, though, I say that women are less vocal with their anti-mainstream views, but they definitely do hold some. There are definitely women who exist and hold views that go against the consensus. It's just that they're less vocal generally, but again, do exist, and the less Stacey of them do tend to be more vocal about it.
That's interesting because I kind of think it kind of goes back to sort of like almost the Bible with Adam and Eve. Like you have Adam, you have Eve who's initially tempted by the serpent. Just go along with this. Just do this, and then you got Adam who's says, oh, I don't know. God basically said maybe we probably shouldn't do this. It sort of feels like women seem more influenced by outside things. They kind of align themselves with that. It's sort of difficult to describe. So like,
Oh, right.
there's always been this like sexist stereotype in like the medieval era where women were said to be like a little bit closer to the devil, and that's why they're more likely to be witches, because they'd be like they're more impressionable is the phrase they would use. Like they'd be listening to the devil a bit more, and like I can kind of feel that like that's kind of what's going on with this SJW thing. Like they've no, I know it sounds mad, but like it just feels like they're kind of listening to the devil a little bit more closely and just kind of following and okay, there's a great line. Do you know obviously George Orwell, 1984?
Yeah, of course. I read that book 4 times. I held 5 presentations of that. Yeah.
Okay, great. So like there's a line there where it says like the most ardent followers of the party were always the young women. The most aggressive, the most fanatical were always the young women. And I can sort of feel that like it's like just a trait in a female personality to sort of to kind of like follow a kind of order that you've been told, that they're very much followers. I don't know what you think about that.
Okay,
well, I think they almost wrap up into part of their identity. A lot of people like that. They want to be out there. They want to have that viewpoint. They want to. It's almost a social thing. You know, if I've got the same viewpoint as everyone else, I'll rally against. I'll be an ardent supporter. I'll have something to talk about. I'll have clout because I'll be important within that movement, maybe, or whatever. And it all just seems like social climbing in a way. It seems.
All right, you guys have started generalizing and started being
no, I'm just talking generally. I don't think every woman is like this. I'm just saying these are some trends that I've noticed.
Okay.
Like it just seems common. If there are any women unlikely to be listening to this, or females just in like the chat or listening on the radio, just comment with your opinions. It's not a misogynist thing. I'm just like it's something that I've just noticed. They just seem a lot more conformist. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, I do. Well, like,
it's a little bit misogynist, but you know, not to the point where it's really harmful.
That's why I like chatting to Arcade. She's got.
I don't think it's misogynistic. Like it's not that I'm hating men when I say that it's just a fact that men are more likely to be physically violent. Like we are. It's just a fact of reality.
True, yeah.
Like it's just like, you know, statistically speaking, you're much safer around a group of women than a group of men. We are more likely to express violence physically. But I was listening to a psychologist.
Not on a domestic level with lesbians, though. Apparently, they have the.
Yeah, they are quite violent, lesbians. But
especially the miserable. Who wants to be? I don't know, 2 women in a relationship.
But like, just as like, say for example, men are more likely to express violence and aggression physically, and I don't think it's you're hating men, but women are more likely to express violence through damaging other people's social relationships. So like, there's a very interesting. So like there's a very interesting psychologist I was listening to who was saying that like if you look at like physical bullying in schools, yes, boys are astronomically more likely to just give a boy they don't like a punch in the stomach or whatever, but girls will really like destroy a girl they don't like by damaging their social relations, spreading rumors, isolating them. And I can kind of see like if you're not conforming, that's kind of how they kind of bully people.
Cancel culture is definitely like a female-led. Like, when you go on Twitter or anything, and like, you know, like you see those posts that are linked, like some guy getting raped over calls. It's a majority, you know, like these women and or whatever person and stuff with like large amount of followers. It's not often that you find like men going out of the way to bring down these people.
And if they are, they're trying to appease women most of the time.
Like their entire identity is, you know, being a male feminist or something.
Yeah, I think I honestly got to say that's pretty scary identity concept at all, because I see myself as an egalitarian, but when you think about it in a classical 19th century definition, I'd technically be a feminist, but I don't call myself that because I don't want to be associated
with connotations with the modern movement.
Yeah, exactly. Because then when you think about male feminists in modern times, you think of like this slimy worm of a man, you know, hunchbacked, you know, like you just think of this.
You think of the guy who's there, you know, trying to support him because maybe if he's such a good guy, they'll
it's like
throw their pussy his way.
Like not you see them like lower than the soy boys, lower than the consumers. You have like this tiny little worm of them, and like, yes, please give me a crab of pussy.
It's like you've got something to prove if you're a male feminist. Like, it's why a lot of these male feminists, they end up being like sex attackers or something, because they're trying to compensate for something.
Yeah.
It's like if you just don't hate women, you don't need to go around saying I don't fucking hate women all the time. Like, I guess my main problem with feminism is there's this assertion that there's a distinction between gender and sex, and that like gender is the social behavioral side and sex is just the biology, and that and that gender is socially constructed. But in like the same breath, you still get a lot of people who say, well, if your gender is a bit feminine, you might be like non-binary or something, and it's like, which is it? Is it socially constructed, or is it natural? So like it doesn't really make any sense. And if you try and point this out, they do that kind of like female bullying thing of like really trying to isolate you and damage your social relationships by saying you're a misogynist, you're this, you're a transphobe, you hate non-binary or whatever. It's just like it's kind of really aggressive conformism and trying to get people to believe obvious nonsense. It's very strange.
There's a new type of like aggression where it's, oh, if you don't speak out against it, you're as culpable as the people.
It's fucking 1984 shit. It's 1984.
What? Martin Luther King said that. Martin Luther King said that the greatest enemy to like black civil rights is like the liberals who don't do anything or something.
No, that's not what he said. Malcolm X said that.
No, that's not what Martin Luther King said. He just said it's the liberal who is actively resisting things by saying, oh, you're going too far, you're going too far, you're going too far. He didn't actually say if you just don't happen to say anything. Like, it's stupid. Like, if you live in fucking Wisconsin or Seattle, like, just because you don't speak out against segregation in Alabama, it doesn't mean that you're a racist. It just means it's got nothing to do with you. You live far away from it. Martin Luther King wasn't. The problem is now, like, if you live in fucking like Scotland and like you don't say anything about Black Lives Matter, people think that you're fucking right. No, it's got nothing to do with it. I live in fucking Scotland. Like, why are you like harassing me about this? There's a billion problems in the world. Just because you're not speaking out about the one thing that you want me to doesn't mean that I don't care.
Okay, well, we've had some very strong opinions there. It seems like we've got some interesting views on cancel culture, the social justice, and being politically correct. Okay, so we're just going to move on a little bit here to something lighter. Do you all think you can actually survive a gallon of LSD? Yes or no?
No, it's actually a toxic thing. I have done LSD before, though, a few times. The first time I did it, I kind of took 7 tabs by accident because I kept redosing.
Do you think doing certain drugs makes someone trash? Like, weed is very normal and classy.
I think the weed isn't very classy, generally. I don't know. It seems that, like, in British media particularly, it's like portrayed as definitely like a working class scum sort of drug.
Yeah, but everyone does it, and rich people do it as well, like rich kids.
Possibly.
Okay.
I think certain drugs do like have a scummy vibe about them. Like, I don't think anyone who does meth generally isn't a bit of a scumbag. Like, it isn't sort of just like a drug that you pick up on a Saturday night and have like a nice evening in or something, or a good night out with boys. It's a pretty heavy drug. Same like heroin or any of these sort of like big time ones.
So ecstasy is a good one though, right? That's got a good reputation.
Is a very good one. It's got I think therapeutic benefits. I think like MDMA and magic mushrooms are both proven to help with PTSD and a lot of like anxiety and stress related disorders and addictions too.
What was the drug that the Finnish army took in World War II?
PCP.
They took a lot of drugs. I think PCP? A lot of armies. They used to put it in pilot kits in America. I think like stimulants and stuff.
So what does PCP do? Just regular drug stuff.
It's like an amphetamine, I believe.
Oh, okay. That helps you lose weight, by the way.
Yeah, it's like if you're up all night, you don't need to keep guard and shit. You're feeling tired, you can pop a little bit of juice. Stay up all night.
Okay. So how much sleep do you actually need to survive?
Methamphetamines. I just looked. Yeah.
Depends what you mean by survive. If you mean like have a high IQ and like be able to function well, you need a good amount of sleep. But you can just live and survive for a very long time without sleep, but you really fuck your brain eventually, like really damage your brain.
Okay.
It leads to like early onset Alzheimer's and stuff too, or like cognitive like declining in later
Massive
life.
cognitive decline. Yeah.
That explains a lot because a little story from my bizarre life as a teenager. Back when I believe I was 13, maybe 12, between I was 12 and 14, I managed to survive months on end with maybe 3 hours of sleep a night because I would play copious amounts of DS games a night and then wake up at 6 in the morning to go to school. So it would not surprise me if that was one of the reasons why I underperformed in later years.
Oh, 100% it will be. I'm not to make you feel bad, but yeah, that will do that will do permanent damage to you, man. Like it's like that the effect of sleep is actually really profound. Like what's his name? Rene Descartes used to sleep like 12 hours a day and would like never want to do it, and it's part of the reason why people think he had such a fucking high IQ because he was
12 hours a day and I'm still like a retard, so I don't know about
that. Yeah, but I don't know. It's yeah, it's really, really bad. Like I remember reading, Joko Willink, the American Navy SEAL. Like people were really criticizing him for saying he gets up at 4 a.m. in the morning because that's gonna actually like really badly affect you as you get older. Like you're gonna get Alzheimer's.
Like one, and there's some guy that Joe Rogan ran about. It might be that guy who's got like like there's some people who've got like a gene where they barely have to sleep though. Like they can get by, they naturally get by on like an extremely short amount of time.
Also, it's possible to kind of pay back a little bit of a sleep debt at the weekends. So, like, when I was working a job where I had to work quite late, I would like pay back the sleep debt by just sleeping into like midday on Saturday and Sunday, and then I'd be kind of fine. But it's like a long-term thing.
I don't know how neat you guys have been, but I've fell into like. Have you ever seen those like sleep cycles where they've got all those different ones where it's like 4 hours on, 4 hours off, like, then like there'll be like a 2-hour nap, and you like to maximize productivity and stuff like that. Like different sleep schedules like that been tested over years. Like as a neat, sometimes you kind of like fall into random ones, like just by accident. Like you get used to napping every 2 hours and just being awake for like 16-hour stretches and stuff. It's kind of like, have you guys ever done that?
No.
I used to work at stacking shelves at Asda, and I used to work nights. And my dad was really scared me with this news article saying that people who work night shift consistently, like those kind of jobs, they actually live like a lot shorter lives and have much more problems because they're not getting the vitamin D and their sleep cycle is like unnatural and out of whack. So it's really fucked.
Oh, that's why you should have Huel though, because Huel has all the vitamins you need.
Yeah, but you're best getting vitamin D through actual sunlight.
Yeah.
I think you can't help it so much if you're dark skin like yourself. I think you might be probably better with vitamin replacements, but natural's always better.
Okay. Well, I think I do enjoy working nights, so I think I am going to stick with that because my quality of life is higher.
I'd say I'm a natural night owl myself.
Get a job.
I've actually finally got off my arse and got back in touch with local Bitcoin. I'm trying to get my account.
Oh my god, get a real job.
I will earn any more than you fucking stupid slag.
Okay, well, you can do that on the side. Just get a job. Like,
why would I do it on the side? I don't know. We're earning more than I ever earned. Working full time.
Because it'll teach you like how to be an adult.
How to what? Fucking work for the man. How to be a fucking knock. How to fucking sell my soul to the fucking man for fucking pennies on the dime.
It'll teach, yeah, but be like mature and like how to interact with people and get along in the world.
Mature and interact. You have specifically been ostracized in every workplace you've ever worked in due to your own fucking bullshit, calling people out, putting in complaints, just being generally awful to be around.
Not this one.
Do you know why you just have to have disciplinary for your own behaviour in the workplace?
Yeah, but I still get on with some people.
Some people. You've turned a lot of people against you. When I were at my last job, they fucking promoted me to supervisor because I was
because you were white.
Because everyone was white.
Oh my god!
One black guy.
there is white privilege and it exists in the workplace.
What about the other 30? What about the other 30?
Yeah, but if everybody's of course. But if everybody's white, it kind of gets negated.
White male privilege, then, should I say?
Okay, if everybody's
yeah,
white,
but it was majority male as well because it were an airsoft event and girls don't like getting shot in the face with BB bullets.
Your bluntness amuses me.
Right. Well, okay, fine. That's an exception. I suppose maybe you were good at your job or something.
Yeah,
I'm good at my job.
We don't know the details, so we can only assume.
I mean, I still hang out with those guys to this day. That's what I were round at my friend's girl. Well, round at his house with his girlfriend.
Hey! Don't mention friends. Don't mention friends.
She made us a bunch of baked goods because she's opening a little stall up at the market selling baked goods, and she wanted to try them all out. Wanted us to try them out and give her like a review on them and see which one she should sell. So quite nice.
So does the talk of friends trigger you, Moni? Are you envious of friendship?
I think it's just like people are just taking shots if they mention their friends.
I don't think it is, Moni. It's not unusual for most people to have friends, not to hurt your feelings, but it's really not that common.
I mean, I'll be happy to be friends with you, Moni.
When you said that this is like the most...
I'll be happy to give any that I can.
Well, you said this is like probably the most social you've ever been, like over the last few months or since.
Yeah, but still, my friends all live far away. My internet friends, so I can't visit them.
Yeah, but at least you verbally communicate with them. Like, put yourself in this position. I don't know. Where were you like 2 years ago? Did you even really communicate with anyone? Like apart from occasionally parents or your colleague.
Still, though, it'd be nice if you didn't try and shove your friends in my face. Because it kind of implies that you think you're better than me.
No, I was just telling you a story about my work.
Yeah, I think you're reading into this too deeply. Only 95% of people would say, "Oh yes, I was out with my friends. I was out with my mates." Like they wouldn't be like shoving it in your face. It's just like it's.
I mean, on a real level, like before I made that group, I only had a couple of school friends that I used to sort of very occasionally hang out with. Yeah. So like,
it's like it would be like saying to someone,
a good group of friends till later life. It's something you could definitely do, Pearl, if you know.
Yeah, I mean,
aggressive.
I hate it when people fucking assume that basically anything you say that makes someone insecure is being like deliberate, and it's just like them showing off. It's just like, no, mate, it's not that unusual. Like it's like some people might say like the conversation we recently had about like German politics was just like showing off and making people feel bad to sound smart, and it's like, no, it's just like sometimes people talk about that kind of thing. It's not like showing off, or or like when people talk about friends or having a girlfriend, they're not trying to make you feel bad. You just feel bad because you don't have that. It's not people trying to make you feel bad. It's not that unusual to talk about that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I understand. Yeah. But feelings don't care about facts, so you can't control how you feel.
Monica,
well, you can take responsibility for your feelings and realize that it's not necessarily somebody's fault if you feel bad because of what they've done. Like sometimes that is your issue. Like not to be mean.
Like being aware of your feelings is good. You should be aware of them. Think, right, well, this is something that's obviously a bugbear for me. How could I maybe remedy the situation?
Yeah.
So like next time,
if you're like an alcoholic,
hurt me as much.
Yeah, if you're like an alcoholic and someone says, "Oh, I had a drink with the lads," they're not deliberately trying to make you feel bad. Like you might feel bad because you're an alcoholic, but like it's not really everyone else's responsibility. Well, I guess it would be nice not to mention alcohol around the alcoholic, but not everyone else necessarily knows that. You can't really just blame and get shouty and aggressive with people just because they've said something that's basically triggered you. Like they don't know you. They don't, they're not necessarily. It's not hostility towards you necessarily.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Well, good thoughts. So, has anyone ever been sleep deprived?
I have. Yeah. As my stories, when I was 13. Yeah, but.
Oh, you and your DS, huh?
Yeah, I stopped the moment when I noticed I played the entirety of Hot Gold Soul Silver in one night. I realized, maybe I'm doing this. I'm going too far, and after that, I stopped.
Yeah, I had some similar experiences with the DS. It was Resident Evil that I was obsessed with for some reason.
Resident Evil came out on the DS?
It's been remade on everything. It's been ported to pretty much everything, yeah. There was a Resident Evil 1 remake on the DS.
Oh, okay.
You could use the stylish to slash your sword, your knife, I think. So one of the big talking points we have is cook porn racist or anti-racist?
I kind of think it's mildly racist, to be fair.
To who?
Towards, I would say black people, in a weird way as well. Like it's kind of fetishizing black men as like these aggressive, like hyper masculine.
Yeah, they're being blacked by this dominant. It's kind of like this dominant thing. Apparently, there's like a lot of like resentment or dysmorphia amongst like black males because like they're supposed jokes like there's a fetishized view that should all have huge penises and this big masculine thing, and it kind of demoralizes them because that like it portrays a self-image that they can't live up to.
Oh, okay. So it seems like it's having some doing active harm against them.
The Germans have cook porn where the Russian is the bull.
I think there was a thing recently about a bunch of
not that I know of.
Black.com's racist or whatever, and they want it like shut down or whatever, or they were petitioning against it or something.
Mm-hmm. Okay then. Well, does anyone enjoy cook porn?
No.
I have imagined one where I was the bull once. That's bad. I didn't watch it. I just imagined I was the bull fucking the girlfriend of a guy who used to bully me at school.
I gave it a try a couple of years ago, but it's just nothing for me. I just, because of all the memes, I was like curious, but it's like,
Okay, well,
this is different than the reality.
All right, you might find this question a bit, difficult, but so does anyone find it like aesthetically pleasing? From an artistic point of view, I can say that like the dark-skinned masculine male and the light-skinned blonde woman, they do make a good visual pairing, which is why you see it in films.
That's a slippery slope.
What about a muscular Aryan blonde Hulk, like the Golden One, or a like a dark-skinned black woman? What do you feel about that?
That's pretty based.
Okay, so again,
I'm not a huge fan of black. I don't really find black people that attractive, to be fair. So I kind of don't really like.
Even like light-skinned black women, like a Beyonce or something.
Okay, well then you're losing that artistic.
Yeah, I don't mind them, but I just don't really find the features that appealing.
Okay, but with a lighter-skinned black woman, you would lose the artistic appeal because you need very dark, very light. And one of the reasons why it doesn't work when you flip the genders is because darkness kind of accentuates masculine features, and the lightness kind of accentuates the feminine features. Again,
I wouldn't say that's necessarily true. To be honest, I'd say that a lot of like white men tend to be hairier and like have a kind of like physically hairier, so you got that kind of like muscular hairy arms around like the slim female body.
So, okay. Is it me or like, do you know, like sometimes when like, there's a super black chick and she opens a pussy up and it's super pink, there's kind of like a horse-esque vibe about it.
No.
That's inappropriate. Just to get back to your very interesting point though, so when you're muscular, being tanned or darker accentuates muscles. That's why bodybuilders tan and why pro wrestlers tan. It shows off their muscles. If you're light skinned, their six pack or
so why are so many black men obsessed with being light skinned then?
That is a thing, yeah.
I think because it's just more appeal. I think there's a difference between wanting to show off muscle and wanting to look at what they deem as more.
Yeah, like for the tanning, it's just shading. For the tanning, it's just shading.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but so as we were saying there, so that's one of the reasons why and when it comes to the white women being fucked by a black man,
I think Monica wants to get blacked. I'm really getting that vibe here.
I mean, Pearl Boo's pretty close to the color black anyway, so like
it depends.
And Monica's ideal fantasy is basically to be a white teenage girl and get blacked. I think that's her fantasy.
That is 100% that's the fantasy. 100%.
Oh my god!
I think a lot of people probably have that fantasy.
No, they don't really, Morty.
You've really just confirmed it.
Yeah, it's like the biggest people. There's like two groups of people that have fantasy, like weird, really, really, really racist rich white chicks who just want to disappoint their dad, and I'd say maybe people who've spent too much time on the internet.
Do you prefer white men, Moni? Would you rather have a white BF or a black BF?
White.
Yeah.
Don't ask me why.
Did you not see the Tumblr? Pretty white.
Shut up. That's beside the point. So it's just white because because like I think they're because of cultural reasons and social reasons.
Cultural reasons. I mean, how do you feel about like Pakistani supremacy? Because you've gone from a white supremacist to briefly a Pakistani supremacist. What are your views now on that subject?
What did I miss?
Oh yeah, Monica used to be a massive white supremacist, and yeah.
Oh, that sounds fucking hilarious.
It's a quite common viewpoint these days.
Wait, no.
I'm not for Pakistani then.
Trans Uncle Ruckus, Auntie Ruckus, yes.
I'm not a white supremacist anymore.
I would do a backflip if I physically had the ability to do that.
By the way, Uncle Ruckus is hilarious, and we have nothing in common.
Okay. This is why I think you should make a sitcom for Channel 4, like you and your wacky antics, like a Pakistani transgender who's a white nationalist is 100% a Channel 4 show that would sell pretty well.
Wait, wasn't there that one, like Indian guy who was a member of like this really, really, really right-wing white Scottish group?
He's he's the EDL in Scotland, and he's Pakistani. Yeah. Abdul Rafiq is his name, I believe.
Oh yeah, I heard about that guy on that that Scottish soccer documentary. Yeah, absolute legend. Like I think it's kind of retarded, but
Yeah, I don't like the guy. He's an embarrassment.
I think he's more funny than anything else. Maybe because I'm not Pakistani, and I'm not English, so yeah.
Okay, well, so yeah, white boyfriend. Moving on, I am still a Pakistani supremacist.
I would date Sidney Poitier though. I would date Sidney Poitier.
You never went on record as saying you were like anti-black or anything, so I assumed you would.
I'm just making that very, very clear in case my future employer, finds this shit. I mean, I know if my future employer is Chinese, then I'm definitely fucked no matter what I do, but
Okay, well, then let's just move on to our next topic then. Was Ronald Reagan evil or just stupid? I think King Billy has some good opinions on this one. So, he was just looking out for his group of people, so, he didn't necessarily...
It's a mistake to basically think that the president is the most singly important person in the development of Reaganism. So I think it's more about like he kind of just did what he was told by the kind of the powers that be, by the kind of interest groups, what he needed to do. He actually was very successful with the American economy, but it's mostly because, ironically, a lot of American right-wingers deny this. It's because he actually implemented a kind of more Keynesian style economic policy through mass government investment and spending on the military. So the American economy did well because he was able to stimulate the American economy through the multiplier effect in the classic Keynesian style economic theory by spending money on the military during the Cold War. And that's what really kickstarted the US economy, combined with the deregulation of Wall Street. And so it's kind of a mistake, I think, for like Reagan raised taxes like 4 or 5 times. It's kind of a mistake for all these like Austrian school conservative libertarians to really like idolize Reagan. They don't know what they're talking about. Like the man was just doing what he was told to improve the strength of the economy and to beat the Russians in the Cold War. He shouldn't really be revered as this kind of like libertarian free market hero, because like that's just not what he was.
Libertarian free market. He was pretty much just helping his donors. That's about it.
Exactly. Like it's not ideologically sound at all. Like I met some intelligent conservative Americans who were like, yeah, actually Reagan wasn't that good. But that's just because they realize he raised taxes like 4 or 5 times and spent loads of money.
It's not even about
the taxes part. It's about that he spent the tax dollars on subsidizing, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, subsidizing the military before, and rather than using the money to help, No, American
military spending, like the American military just blew up under Reagan. And also the reason why he also got kind of lucky because the oil crisis ended. Like that's part of the reason why Jimmy Carter was dealing with so much fucking bullshit with the oil crisis and like Long Island nuclear disaster and all these other problems that he couldn't.
Yeah.
You mean
3 Mile Island, right?
Yes, 3 Mile Island. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. I don't know, but I know Schubert Dubert. You don't like Ronald Reagan because you think that
not a big fan. Yeah.
He kind of like
tear down this wall.
Yeah, I think if you're looking for a big neoliberal privatizing free market hero, it's probably better off with Thatcher. Like Thatcher, in many ways, was kind of probably much more driven and less of a puppet than Reagan. Thatcher really was like an ideological, like inside Moisenon, that just destroyed their communities. But she fucked the IRA, so she's okay with me.
Yeah, I mean, like even as someone who like we're on the back end of Maggie's policies, like kind of got to respect to hustle and game and shit. The way that she kind of dismantled the unions around the miners and shit were kind of.
I'm bringing it back to our previous point. You know that Margaret Thatcher during the Falklands War only slept 4 hours a night. She was so fucking working all the fucking time. Sorry, I interrupted you. I'm a cunt.
I'd finish speaking anyway.
Alright, okay. So Schubert Dubert, do they know or care about Margaret Thatcher in Germany? How is Margaret Thatcher viewed in Germany?
I'd say she's less known and less cared about, to be honest, because Great Britain has frankly a lot less economic and cultural influence on Germany than the United States, so more focusing. And I don't really hate Reagan that much because of what he did to the United States, because frankly it's a different country, and no matter what's going to happen, as long as the United States is a stable country, they're going to pretty much hard carry us against the Russians and the Chinese. But I think I'm more disappointed in the United States because you keep hearing American conservatives say in one breath, oh, well, we want to make America the best possible, and then the next they're going to be, ideologically deep-throating Reagan, even though he's one of the biggest reasons that the American middle class and American lower class is a lot less stable than it was before. And so it's less of this hatred, it's more disappointment, because I'm kind of an Ameribu when it comes to pre-Reagan America. Like when you I watched the entire Frank Capra's, I think it's Frank Capra's Why We Fight series, which is like a 6-hour propaganda piece that was made during World War II by the same guy who did It's a Wonderful Life. And it just depresses me when I see what America was, and you could really be proud to be on the same side of America, and you could be seeing you could see like. That's the best example I can think of. Imagine you have a big brother you look up to. He's always there for you, and he's always your friend. And one day, your big brother starts doing meth, and you try to stop him, and he goes clean for a little bit, and then he relapses and starts selling himself on the pier, and you just keep seeing that, and you think of those great times you had with your big brother, and you just keep thinking, what you used to have, and then you just get more sad and sad every time you see him. You're taken in the ass from a homeless man on the pier. That's how I feel about the United States, because you keep seeing what America used to be like, this shining beacon of civilization and dignity, and now it's this.
Well, were they really a shining beacon
I don't
of that?
hate America per se.
I think that's a bit of an oversimplification, if you don't mind me saying so. I think a lot of I think like we are talking about the shining beacon thing was like the 50s, but even then, like as soon as they started really ramping up the Vietnam War, I think a lot of people in Europe were like, "Oh fuck, this is very different now. This is actually pretty fucked." Like when you had images,
the average, life expected with the American dream of you can come there with jack shit and can still have a chance to climb up the ladders.
Yeah, I mean that's
unless you're black.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, I kind of disagree with the proposition that America was lost. radically changed in 1980 when they elected Reagan. I think
Not
that I think
just Reagan. It was the kind of the first the ball that got rolling.
I still disagree. I think the ball that got rolling was really the 1970s oil crisis. Like just from what I've been looking at in history, I'm not an expert on this, but like you get the golden age of capitalism where there's like continuous growth, continuous improvement in living standards, which is the key thing. So like growth and people's living standards and people's received wages with productivity are increasing consistently from in 1945 all the way up to like the mid 70s when you get the oil crisis, and that's when everything begins to kind of change, and the Western governments start to shift away from this kind of Keynesian, we need to have maximum employment, maximum increase in living standards, intervention in the capitalist economy. You get an end to the golden age of capitalism, and then because of that you get Reagan, and because of that you get Thatcher, and because of that the unions get too powerful, and we have to go and fight in, put in Thatcher. And yeah, I think that I really wish I was more educated on this subject. I have to read a lot more about it, but I kind of feel like one of the most important events in Western history in the 20th century was the 1970s oil crisis. Like it really changed everything when oil suddenly became very expensive because of shit going on in the Middle East. Really changed the entire nature of the economy and completely ended the continuous growth we thought we were going to have. I don't know. What do you think of that?
That's a good point, and I'm definitely going to have to look into that more. To admit, my knowledge concerning the 1970s oil crisis, well, I knew it existed. I knew there was something. It's very limited, and of course, when you look at history, everything has to do with everything at a certain level. So, I think I'm going to have to research that more and then get back to you on that.
It's literally the reason why we have Islamic terrorism, and we have radical Islamism. It's because in 1973, after the Yom Kippur War, Saudi Arabia gets fucking rich. Like if you talk to Muslims who were like living before the 70s, who are saying like, look at pictures of Egypt, look at pictures of North African countries and Iran, they're really liberal. They're another thing there, and it's because in 1970 Saudi Arabia got fucking rich. They got loaded, and they started pushing and spreading their Wahhabism all over the world there because they just had more money than they knew what to fucking do with.
Don't they pay like a huge amount of money to send their like people to like universities?
Totally. They fund everything, and
stuff.
Yeah, massively. They fund the construction of mosques, and they fund the translation of
Don't
Quran.
They pretty much have like universal like income over there too? Don't everyone get like a huge stipend from the government?
Massively, because the government doesn't really need to eat, like the ruling class there doesn't need to employ people to make money because they just make so much oil money. They just the king, because it's an absolute monarchy, just gives people money to just like live and not rebel against
to fund
them.
Businesses and to like go about to live the life. Yeah.
But it's like it's basically a fucking medieval kingdom with just more money than they know what to do with, pumping out this hateful fucking ideology everywhere, and it all goes back to the 1970s oil crisis. Like that's when the golden age of capitalism ended. That's when Islamism started spreading. That's when we kind of abandoned this, like, because after World War II, the governments kind of realized, right, so we had the 1930s, massive unemployment, massive poverty, and it led to the creation of the Nazis, communism, 60 million people dead. Let's not fucking do that again. Let's keep employment high. I don't care if inflation is a bit bad. Keep employment high, and make sure people's living standards are increasing. That was the good philosophy that guided us from 1945 to 1973. And we kind of let go of that, I think, because the oil crisis just completely wrecked. Had a huge problems with inflation. It made the UK very weak, and it made the unions and it allowed because there were good relations between unions and businesses in the UK, but in like the late 40s, 50s, 60s, and in the 70s, when the price of oil rose to like 400%, they couldn't really deal with unions demanding higher and higher pay and every year and living standards because they just got used to it. So, yeah. There's also loads of other stuff like the end of Bretton Woods, if you ever read about that. Like, but yeah, I'm fascinated by why, until the early 70s, like the growth in wages was completely commensurate with the growth in productivity. But if you look at like since the early 70s, you had a massive increase in productivity and wealth generated, but it just the wages that people, the real wealth terms, are receiving from that has not really increased very much at all. And I think that's part of the reason I think people are really angry. I don't know what you think of that.
I think that's definitely a big issue. I mean, like, when someone about earlier when he inherited the house, like it was bought for what, 16 grand or something like that, maybe 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Like the amount of like increase on that has gone sky high, but then like the price from wages back then hasn't really increased that much at all. Like the average person to be expected to sort of live the life to build a decent sort of life for themselves in the current sort of world. It's become a lot harder and harder. It's probably like a tipping point now, I think, especially considering.
The thing is, everyone's got an expensive piece of technology in their pocket, a phone, but hardly anyone can fucking afford to like own a house or like own like make rent. It's really fucking difficult to make rent these days.
There's a bad consumerism as well. Like people don't really seem to have priorities on things. They'll spend like $1,000 on an iPhone and then put another. Then probably times that by 2 because they're going on a contract over 48 months or something like that, and they keep it rolling for the next one, and they've got to have their unlimited techs and stuff like that, and it's just like every year they've got to get their upgrades and shit. It's people are bad with money as well, but I think that like definitely the lack of wages rising contributed to it as well.
That was interesting.
I do need to bring up a topic that was raised by a listener.
I don't know. I think Germans are famously quite good with money. Like they like apparently you guys save a lot for your retirement, whereas like there's a big worry in the UK with like not a lot of people, like young people, they're not saving for retirement properly, and like it's going to be a big issue because people in their 50s don't are stupidly not expecting to live longer than their fathers and mothers, when actually they may live to like 90. So it's going to put a huge fucking strain on the economy, looking after like a place where like 20% of the people are over 80 or something ridiculous like that.
What do you think? I mean, I would have to completely agree with you. I would say I am an exception because I am so autistically bad with money, but the average German does save most of the income.
Oh, isn't like the majority?
Because you do have a certain level of frugality. Germans are not very, at least I'm going to speak from a perspective of an East German. East Germans are pretty frugal individuals. You allow yourself a couple small luxuries, like you allow yourself a nice phone, you allow yourself an okay car, but usually you save it because most Germans, when they spend money, they prefer to spend it on travels or saving towards their retirement, because it's pretty much settled after all that, due to the massive problem with birth rates in Germany. Most people will have to privately fund their retirements in the future. And as the retirement age is going up and up, predictions being that it may be 70 in a couple decades, you're pretty much slowly going towards the direction of having to privatize your retirement. So, of course, you're forced to be frugal by nature and by the fact of.
I don't know about Germany, but there are a huge like pension crisis here, where like the.
Oh yeah.
Like how they offered pretty much absolute ridiculous pensions out to people like 60 years ago, and now like people are cashing them in. It's kind of fucked everyone else over. That's why we've got to have like huge immigration rates and keep the workforce up so we can pay it all off.
Yeah, like because obviously, like when you cash in your pension, like back in like say the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, when you had a big welfare state and it was like loads of war veterans who would look after our war veterans. The people didn't expect to live longer than like 70. So it's like, yeah, you get like 10 years of a nice life when you retire at 60. Like my granddad retired in his late 50s, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's insane.
Like he just retired because he wasn't expecting to live that long, and he ended up living to like 90. So he was like basically almost half of his fucking life. Like, so if you retire, no, actually, I think it was like mid 50s. So like. Yeah,
that's how it should be. You put your time in, and you get to enjoy.
But it's not sustainable for the economy if so many people are like you. This isn't the 60s and 70s anymore. You can't retire in your late 50s. You're not going to live until
That's why I think that people should be a bit more keen on private pensions and stuff like that. So taking more responsibility.
That's what a lot of the British government are really trying to encourage people to do. They're really panicking. Like, what are we going to do in 40 years' time when all these young people, they haven't saved enough money to live until 90?
Yeah.
Obviously, tell them how
pensions.
Okay, so How right-wing is Shinzo?
So, like, what are the big problems we're going to be facing in the 21st century? I'd say aging population is a massive one, is going to be a big problem. I'd say automation, we might have to have universal basic income is one. And I think climate change plus the resulting global migration is going to be a big one. I think those are the three big problems. Oh, and possibly also antibacterial resistance is really fucking... bacterial resistance to antibiotics is really fucking scary. I've been reading about that. I don't know if you've heard of that.
Yeah.
Those are the big four problems, I think. Anything else, or any thoughts on any more thoughts about those ones I've mentioned?
Chinese world supremacy. Pretty fucking scary. Yeah.
A Cold War, a new Cold War between the US and China really amping up, I think, is a big issue.
All those issues could be solved with the same solution, which is...
who will you fight for? The Americans or the Chinese?
The Americans. So yeah, going to war with China.
If it comes to the Americans, as I said, last time, America...
Chinese guide soulless fucking...
If the America rules me, I go to McDonald's twice a week. China rules me, I go to concentration camp.
Yeah.
That's correct. But like there could be a new there's also a very strict tension and kind of Cold War between India and China, and I think I'd probably have to side with India, because even though they probably hate me for being a colonialist British prick, they are still a functioning democracy. Even if they've got Modi who's like encouraging hatred against Muslims, they're still basically a functioning democracy with a lot of like Western liberal influence that we gave them. So it's like that they're not really like that as scary as like the Chinese government, where they're just torturing Muslims in concentration camps and brainwashing them to love the Communist Party.
Well, Sikhs are pretty based.
They're a minority, an extreme minority, though.
Yeah, I mean, did you hear about that thing where, like, in the early 20th century, they held off like 1,000 Muslim guys with like 24 dudes?
I haven't heard of that, but I would appreciate a link. Thank you. That's interesting.
Look that up.
Yeah, well, people always talk about when Pakistani people get held off.
Battle of Saragari, if I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Black Chinese, whatever they are. Because there's a big organ harvesting thing in China. How they've got like one of the shortest waiting times for organs in the world, or something like that. Like I think you like wait like a couple of weeks, a month or two for a liver and stuff like that. Like your exact blood type, perfect. Because there's
they're all
a lot of accusations that they're using pretty much they're slaves, but they're using to also make like products for Nike and all these like American companies. They're also stealing organs from them and selling them and shit like that.
Yeah, that is fascinating.
China's definitely into a lot of shady shit, and I don't think I'd want them being the world overlords. That's for sure.
Yeah, fuck them.
America's got the problems, but like their base is they're all about freedom. Even if they want to like control everyone, they kind of got.
They haven't actually put people into concentration camps yet.
Well, the Japanese in internment camps.
What is Guantanamo Bay? But that's like only for like the people they actually think.
There were those like Chinese or Japanese that they all like rounded up. Japanese in World War II.
Yeah, the internment camps. But they weren't like, it's not.
The goal wasn't to kill them. It was just standard extreme racism.
Okay, well,
the comparison's somewhat drawable. I'd rather be in an American one than the Nazi run one or a Japanese run one. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think that's one thing we can all agree with. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, here's something we might not be able to agree on. Why is
the Nazi one than a Japanese one? I don't think the Japanese are overly friendly.
Speaking of Japanese, we got the next topic is about that.
Yeah, how right wing is Shinzo Abe?
Morning, are you there? What next topic are we looking at?
How right wing is Shinzo Abe, the Prime Minister of Japan?
I realize that I do actually talk a lot, and I can on this radio, and I can be probably kind of an annoying, pretentious prick. So I'll just admit there, right?
I'm the same way.
But I kind of it's kind of worse if you're British, because I think a lot of British people. Like there's a line from George Orwell. He was writing about the character of the English people. He was saying that like if you're in like a holiday home with like foreigners, the people who are least likely to have a more intellectual conversation would be the British. Not because they can't, just because they kind of look down on it. They see it as sort of like showing off and like like that kind of thing. It's sort of I can't remember it. There's like a sort of kind of anti-intellectual it's not even that kind of streak in British culture. It's a kind of like humility. Like, don't make yourself seem too clever.
Working class.
Oh yeah, massively. Yeah, it's like, don't make yourself too clever. It's like showing off. Be humble. Don't make yourself too smart. And like, in a sense, like, I guess that there's a kind of
try to seem better than you are.
Yes.
Don't try and you are what you are. Don't try and I think there's a British saying. I don't know if you have it in Germany. It's you can take the man out of like I don't know what a shithole would be, but you can take the man out of Sheffield, but you can't take Sheffield out of the man. So it says that no matter where you come from, you're always. You
can take the man out of Chemnitz, but you can't take the Chemnitz out of the man.
It's funny that you pick Chemnitz of all places because it's that's like a total shithole. Like, I've been to Chemnitz for like.
That's the point. Like that's what it's saying. Like you can leave that. You can try and better yourself, but you'll always be that person at heart. That's like a British saying that's sort of like pretty prevalent.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that like if you want to really understand the English, because obviously Northern Ireland is quite different, but I have been to England a few times. The English soul, if there is such a thing, I would really read like George Orwell's comments on the character of the English people. Like it's a very, very good description. And it really does cause a lot of problems. Like I think even like Brexit, as someone who comes from a family that were like sort of pro Brexit, but like not as much as the English, just because like we have a loyalty to Britain. Like one of the things that Michael Gove, the former education secretary, which is extraordinary for an education secretary to say, he said, "I think we've had enough of experts." That was his phrase when talking about why we should leave the EU. It was like, we've had enough of experts. I don't want to listen to experts. Like that, there's a really like strong culture of like just valuing like personal experience and rather than like experts and people who know things. It's a very, very it's just a strain of English culture, which is why I think when you came on this radio, like it seemed like Schubert, I think it seemed like the IQ rose because you were talking about things a little bit more intellectually than what we're used to, because you don't have that kind of like shyness about seeming too smart, if that makes any sense.
Like even in the elites, like
I see myself as not that smart because I often draw things into the mud very quickly, or I like to ridicule fascinating topics or make fun of it because I think it's easier to discuss complex topics if you do it humoristically or bluntly.
Yes.
I think back to the previous thing, you're right. Like even the British elites, like your politicians, Boris Johnson and like David Cameron's and whatnot, they always try and underplay how privileged they are or how well off they are, trying to make themselves seem like
Boris actively pretends to be an idiot.
Buffoonish, they seem trying to be a bit more like
he's the North
seem like an everyman.
Yeah, he makes himself seem dumber than he actually is in order to look to be more appealing, which is
because that's what the British populace want more. They don't want
totally.
They don't want this.
I remember talking to a black Zimbabwean guy who'd grown up in England. He said, like, one of the things I've really absorbed about English culture, he was saying, is that I fucking hate smart people. It's like it's a really like, and he was like a black Zimbabwean guy, but it's like it's a really like British trait, which is strange because like we basically invented modern physics. And we basically invented modern chemistry, and we basically invented like modern geography. Like we're like we have Oxford and Cambridge, but like no other civilization in some ways is kind of like almost invented more things than the British. But for some reason, we just have a really strong strain of anti-intellectualism.
I think maybe it stems from the old like the British humbleness sort of like idea, do you know, like you're supposed to be thinking. It's like I don't know if it's some sort of bastardization of that in modern times, but
tall poppy syndrome, like the tall poppy gets fucking cut down.
The Japanese have a saying on that too. The hammer, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down.
Yeah, I think that's more like them not conforming because the Japanese still work really hard. They're like hard workers, whereas like it's like if you're achieving too much in England, if you're like seen as like too smart, it's seen as like you're deliberately making others look bad and feel bad, so you should be ashamed of yourself and you should be knocked down.
Conformity is a different definition of conformity. Say if you see conformity as mediocrity, no offense, then in Asian countries see conformity more as be excelling. And Western countries, there's also in the United States and certainly even in East Germany, you have a certain set level of anti-intellectualism. as well, where conformity is seen as being having a certain level of mediocrity.
Wait, hang on. Right.
Do you feel like the anti-intellectual movement is influenced to the UK by America?
I'd say it goes a bit deeper than that.
Ourselves. I mean, look at like modern TV shows that we had on just over the last 10 years. What's the Essex one? The Only Way is Essex, and all these sort of like
Geordie Shore,
sort of.
I'd say
reality TV takes a big part too.
Yeah, a bit deeper than just American influence, because I was just reading this thing by George Orwell about being in a holiday home with like English people, French, Germans, Italians.
I was part of that. I was listening.
Yeah,
speaking.
Okay, and it's like it's just arguing that like it's like in the 40s that the British are unique in that they immediately back off when the conversations get intellectual or kind of philosophical, even though like I tell you what, I know this Russian geezer, and he was like an ex-army guy, and he had and he was like an ex-builder as well, and his whole wall around his house was covered in Pushkin and Dostoevsky, and like it wasn't a big thing for like a class thing. There wasn't like this kind of intellectual gatekeeping, but like I just don't think in the UK you would expect a guy who's just like a builder and been in the army, his house to be covered with Shakespeare books. Like it's you just wouldn't expect it. It is. I think it is kind of wound up in the English soul for some reason.
I think, of course, you wouldn't expect some cunt's house to be covered in Shakespeare because no one else would do it. I think that that act of covering your covering your house with that sort of stuff is sending a message. Yes, it clearly identifies what you agree with. However, it's less anti-intellectualism and more just trying to conform to any sort of normal within England.
I think it's also I think just like trying to not make people feel bad. Like this guy was the Russian guy, he's like Russian and English guy. He was trying to explain to me that like not knowing something in Russia is like not a good thing. So like I used the word hegemony, and I didn't know whether it was pronounced hegemony or hegemony, like a domination of nations. And he just mentioned like, yeah, it's in Russia, it's very different. It's not like in England people just say like, yeah, I don't know anything. Like in Russia, it's not seen as good or cool to not know things. They want to know things and they want to know the right thing. Whereas like in England, it's just like it's seen as like cool to kind of play down your lack of knowledge or your lack of intellect, or like I remember this one the German person saying it was really weird how in England a lot of people like joke, oh yeah, I'm really bad at maths, I can't do maths, me. And like in other countries, if you say that, people will look at you fucking weirdly. They'll be like, okay.
There's a sense of pride in it almost that they're proud to be. Yeah, like it's not even like that they're like, oh, I don't know that. It's like they're proud of the fact that they don't know something. It's
also because I think
of pride.
There is a kind of English politeness in it. They're trying to make others feel comfortable. So like if others are insecure about like maybe their ability at maths wasn't that good at school, they're trying to make other people feel secure by like, so that there's a kind of like compassion about it, but there's also a really nasty conformity, because if you don't and you are really good at maths and you are really smart and you kind of let that you're seen as being rude and arrogant and like putting other people down. It's a
like if a British person like saying, "Oh, I'm great at maths and stuff," you like just instantly think, "Well, why are they trying to brag or whatever?" It's just sort of it's unnatural. I think.
Yeah, I think like because Germans, I think they are more literally minded. Like if you say to a German, oh yeah, I'm bad at maths, I can't do maths. They'll take it much more. They'll assume you mean it like very literally.
I think for a British person, I think with the way we have like double negatives and speaking like in negative terms and stuff, it'd be, oh, I'm not too bad at maths really, or something like that. Do you know, like you'd underplay yourself as a
exactly, yes.
Yeah.
Whereas I think a lot of Germans like honestly just tell the truth like relentlessly. Yeah. I don't know what you think of that, Schubert.
Yeah, Germans are very, very serious. I guess I would say I have relatively anglicized due to my overexposure to American culture, so I'm a bit less blunt about it, but most Germans are extremely blunt. It's like I think your idea is crap, and they're gonna tell you to your face, you're a fucking moron. This is how we do it right.
Oh yeah, completely. Like I think a lot of like I remember being on.
They will call you a incompetent fool or something.
Oh, massively.
I think it's a general like English thing to dance around a subject and not be like direct and forward with it. Like,
yeah,
it's definitely.
So I remember like this. Sorry,
forwardness. Sorry, I'll pretty finish.
Yeah, I remember this. I remember this woman was saying like she's talking about these foreigners being really really rude and like I can't believe these foreigners were so rude and like one person put out their hand and say, oh, were they German? Because we assume that Germans are rude just because like they're really blunt and honest, and if they think you're an idiot, like as Schubert said, they will just tell you. Like the Dutch guy was saying that like one of the biggest cultural changes he had to adjust into the UK was saying like he feels like he can't just say no, this is wrong, no, this is false, that's completely wrong at work. He's got to say I just have one problem, he can't say like just like be like really blunt.
Is self-deprecation such a big thing over in Germany as it is in Britain?
Sorry, I guess that's sort of pretty good point. Fuck me. Sorry.
I just want to say that we're getting quite close to 11 o'clock, so we've got about 5 minutes left.
Self-deprecation.
Testing.
I was asking if self-deprecation was like a big staple of German culture as it is over here.
I think the German culture is only self-deprecating when it's about the Second World War stuff.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Like, okay. do Germans? I mean, they don't think about like British people that much, but do they think that we're like really weak and can't take criticism, or that we're really dumb, or do they think that like we
incompetent? Germans, kind of. I think we have a kind of smug superiority about the Brexit thing because it's more like fucking idiots, but other than that, Germans, it's like that meme, but like we don't really think about you that much.
Yeah,
living rent free in your head.
The Mad Men meme.
Oh yeah, Germans live rent free in British people's heads because like.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Because like the perception is that we beat you in World War II and we smashed you, and then you ended up richer and more successful than us afterwards. Like that was the perception in the 70s. Like it was like, holy fuck, our country is fucked in the 70s. The oil price.
But that's sort of the problem. Like Britain has been riding on the coattails of the victory of World War II for so long, and it for whatever reason it's gotten to the point where the government believes that it can convince people that this can continue, where it really can't. Like, World War II was over, 70 years ago?
75 years ago. 75 years ago.
Fuck me. Like, the victories of World War II won't get you anywhere right now. Yeah. Especially now in a globalized world where England is, whether we like it or not, partnered with America, and America is full of not the smartest.
America's eating its own tail.
And England, in the attempt to get away from Europe, is trying to side with America, and as America fails, the UK fails. Why? I've completely lost where I'm going with this.
I don't really think America was failing too much before Corona. We had like a real boom of economy, really great.
They did, but
economy
it's more than just an economy. It's how you're perceived.
I think before Corona, the Black Lives Matter things and that happened. So I think everything went. Like, I know people weren't too fond on Trump, but like on a very generalised scale, everything's going pretty all right for him. I mean, we're going better than Britain with the Brexit scenario at the minute. So
I'd say at least my personal perception for Britain is like we'll be happy to be friends with you guys. We'll be happy to have you in the EU, but you got to pull your weight. But see,
what do you mean by pulling your weight? We were like the second biggest donor to the EU.
Massive contributor.
Yeah.
And who was the first?
Obviously Germany. We all know it's Germany.
Right, okay, that's fair.
I mean, not only were we the second largest contributor of money, we were also like, I was reading this story. Military intelligence basically in the EU basically doesn't exist without Britain. Like we totally run like MI6, MI5. Like we basically ran European military intelligence. Like
yeah, however,
have nothing in that way. The French are kind of like shit. Like we basically were military and anti-terrorism. We basically were European anti-terrorism.
Is that a reliance that Europe relied? Like, okay, is that a niche
I do have to say, I won't grant the British blokes. Your intelligence your military intelligence is exceptional. And while I do like to say that the German Baker are I would say the equivalent to the MI6, does an okay job for what it's supposed to do. It is, as much as I hate to say, is rather poor institution compared to the MI6 or the MI5, or I don't exactly know how it really works, but my point is, it's not just about as perfide, as shitty as it may sound to say, a part of a community is not only about your monetary or actual contribution. It's also about your the strongness of your cultural bonds. And while maybe France was third place, I assume, it had a stronger cultural bond to the rest of Europe as Britain. And in times of crisis and in times of,
we've always been half in, half out. We never really accepted the euro.
Well, that's the problem. If you're half in, then no matter how much you help, even if it's culture, if it's just culturally, humans are cultural, emotional.
Except we're an island nation too. There's definitely we're separated from the majority of Europe.
Also, I think with the 2020 hindsight we have now, it's actually a pretty good fucking thing we didn't join the euro. The eurozone is absolutely ridiculous. Like, it's ridiculous that a country like Greece and Germany and Italy all have the same currency. They're completely different levels of economy. Like, there's actually a suggestion that they should have like a Southern European euro and a Northern European euro because it's just such a different kind of economy. It's ridiculous.
However, to stand up to greater powers like Northern America, Russia, and China, does Europe not need to be unified in that way? And you know what? As
unified with that,
as Greece fails, like, should we not all help them to get better and grow as a unit?
There's a lot of things about how the EU's made them taking huge immigrant fluxes, and there's a huge migrant crisis that's happening over there. There's loads and
this is the left wing. This is the left wing criticism of the EU. This is the left wing criticism of the EU is that the EU totally forced Greece to have massive spending cuts and to adopt this really right wing kind of right wing economic policy to solve their debt problem. Massive spending cuts, tax raises, so that they would have, and it's only under those conditions were they allowed to be bailed out. They basically held Greece to ransom, a gun to their head, and said, like, that's why the Germans were not popular in Greece, because they basically said, right, you got to cut spending, you got to cut massively, cut pensions, don't like it, suck it up, because we're not going to bail you out if you don't fucking do that. They weren't allowed.
I think also
sometimes the medicine you take has to be bitter.
Weren't popular in Greece was sort of to do with some World War II shit, but you know.
Oh, it's related to that as well. But like, it was seen as like, it was also seen as like them doing the same thing that they did before, which is thinking they can kind of boss around Europe and make them do what they want. Like, the ideology is completely different, but there is this perception you get from Germans that they kind of think they're the center of Europe and they should kind of be in charge of it. And like, this is the third time in this century when we basically stepped in and said, no, fuck you, which is what we did in World War I, World War II. We were the thing that really fucked up German attempts to run Europe, essentially.
I think it's a false positive, because Germany is not trying to, militarily bully the rest of Europe. We're trying to be the
politically dominate everyone.
And at the end of the day, if the UK, if Britain wishes to choose the EU, that's fine. Just as fine with us as if you wish to stay. We're not going to, we're not going to show up to the shiny cliffs of Dover, because we've already learned one time that doesn't fucking work. That didn't work last time. We're going to do it 75 years later. Fuck that shit. But
I should state that I am Londoner trash. So
fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. History repeats itself to a certain degree, so it's okay to make such comparisons.
But yeah, I think that the reason but one of the reasons a lot of older people had issues with the European Union is that in I can't remember, it's 1974 or something, we voted to not enter the EU, we voted to enter the European Economic Community, the EEC. It was just an economic community that allowed for free trade, and it was heavily supported by the Conservatives and heavily opposed by the left because it allowed for radical free trade and the kind of economic policy that they're forcing on Greece. But it's just grown and grown and grown to the point that there's like such a strong ideological drive behind it to kind of unite Europe that it was kind of freaking people out and making people quite angry. Like, we just wanted to be part of an economic community that allowed free trade. We don't want a fucking United States of Europe. We don't want, these kind of like European courts of justice making our laws for us and kind of enforcing these decisions. Like, no, you've got to accept immigration.
I think you've got to accept though that like a lot of people that voted for Brexit had zero idea of what it stood for. Like,
oh yeah, but a lot of people who voted for Remain also had fucking zero idea. You ask like a fucking 20-year-old person from London, they don't fucking know anything about the EU. They had no idea that a large portion of communists wanted to leave the EU. All the radical left wanted to leave the EU for a good reason. The EU is a neoliberal centre-right project. That's one of the things that Remainers don't fucking understand.
I think
so the issue wasn't
like retards.
It wasn't stupid fucking leavers. It was also fucking stupid Remainers. Most people just didn't really understand the EU is a centre-right organisation on economic terms. That's why Jeremy Corbyn, the far-left leader of the Labour Party, but he was recently beaten. Most of his career he was spent opposing the EU because it enforces the kind of economic policy that feels like they're kind of bullying Greece.
Well, it's the same. I mean, if you compare it, you said the United States of Europe, which is a statement. I do like that term. I'm going to be remembering that. I'm going to steal that. When you think of, like, if you compare to the United States, if you look at states, I'd say I'm going to compare Greece with places like I'd say Alabama, because they bring out a very low amount of money to they're basically one of the welfare queens of the United States. They make very little. They waste everybody's time and basically make the entire country look bad. I'd say I compare that to Greece because, if you ignore, ancient Greek history, which, as you said, World War I and II was 75 years ago, that's,
Yeah, but Greece is coming off for a financial crisis into a migrant and financial crisis.
Yeah, but they've had a financial crisis since I don't know how long. I mean, frankly, the last time I remember Greece actually, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe this is just perception, but last time I remember Greece doing anything, worthwhile was when they were, owned by the Turks.
Can I ask, what is a migrant crisis?
Pretty much tons of people are washing up on Greek shores in boats and just sort of like
the European Union has this really bizarre law where if you get amnesty in one European country, you have to stay there, because what was happening was that a lot of people were getting in as refugees, getting into like a small European country like Malta or Greece, and then trying to make their way, because obviously you get free movement in the EU, make their way to Germany or make their way to Britain or make their way to France from Greece.
Yeah, that's fucked up, yeah.
Which is fucked up. So they made this bizarre law where they said, right, you've got to stay in the country that you go to, which was completely fucked.
Doesn't that massively cripple?
Yeah,
like
especially Greece,
and Greece, it's really bad.
They've got to pay for like accommodations. They've got to like put all these people up, and they're already at fucking shit creek anyway.
Well, technically, you don't have to pay for it.
Well, I mean, they've got to, because it would be a human rights violation. All these migrants here are being given like temporary like visas or whatever.
Well, what you could do, like if you want to go like full, third world country on it, you could just, say you don't have the money, then take the money from the rest of the EU and just, tell them to fuck off and use the money to spend on infrastructure for, people that were there beforehand.
Do you think that you could get away with that on like such a large scale with so many moving parts?
You'd have to have like a fucking genius
swarming around Greece.
I would say that you would need to have such a small infrastructure around like your government, like Russia. Russia can move so fast because it has such a small, like, I guess, circle of decision makers. Whereas if you're trying to get away with that sort of scale, with getting away with that sort of money, you have to move through so much bureaucracy that it's not only not worth it, I don't think it's feasible.
The fact is, the people are there regardless of what they spend the money on. They're there. Like, to move them on's a costly thing, and like, I think there are a few countries like they've just put up like pretty much barbed wire fences all over their like borders and stuff just to stop them getting in. Like a few like European countries that just keep getting sanctioned and just keep rather taking sanctions on chain.
Yeah.
Not to be too much of a lefty dickhead, but surely Europe as a whole should be taking on this migrant crisis as opposed to certain countries.
Well, sort of. I mean, we kind of caused.
I mean, if Greece is going to do it, why the fuck should I?
But, like,
yeah,
how did I, as a working class fucking piece of, I mean, working class at the minute, how do I, as a fucking piece of shit from a council estate, have to fucking get burdened with the problem? Because they're definitely going to come to my area. They're not going to go to fucking Cheshire or some nice fucking posh area. It's going to be some wank council estate on some new builds, put right on Park, and it's just going to fucking ruin the area even worse than it already is. Like,
is it going to ruin the area?
Yeah.
Well, kind of. It's just.
I mean,
it's not even
if you drive around Sheffield and you go to Park Hill or you go down Darnall, it is absolute.
Don't unemployed scum like you bring the value of an area down. You're not contributing anything at all. You just sit on your fucking arse and you can't.
Yeah, but you don't need more unemployed scum.
So
you don't need more. Plus, at least he speaks the language. He's British. He has European, cultural values.
Yeah, but
does that? What, like work ethic?
Speaking English isn't European cultural values.
No,
is it?
No. More people, obviously, more people speak English outside Europe, far more than in Europe, But it's also a big problem for us because so many of the Syrian migrants and African migrants wanted within the EU to get to Britain. That's why so many of them were camped outside Calais because they all speak English. That's why.
Oh, okay. I retract that statement.
Yeah, that's why there are so many people camped outside. We had huge camps camped outside Calais just because they wanted to come to Britain because they can speak English and they're more likely to be able to get a job. They can't fucking learn German. Like,
did they make it to Britain?
No, because we fucking left the EU. And we said, right, fuck this. That was one of the things that was really scaring people before the vote was like, I remember getting a letter through my door with like a picture of the EU and like how many migrants were coming into the EU.
I mean,
and how
all
much
of us went to Spoons and saw that shit.
Yeah.
But like, where did they go?
No, it's still around, knocking around.
I think they just dispersed into France, really, because France has so many migrants there. But like the reason that we don't have the same kind of migrant crisis that like is just because we're an island and we never signed up for the Schengen. Well, like I'm not on the same island, but you know what I mean.
I know.
Yeah, we're kind of Britain and Ireland, we're kind of free from that. But the reason we do have like we're much. I remember Schubert, you were saying that Germany is still quite white, but we have so many more people who want to get to us. Not because we're a particularly strong economy, we're a weaker economy than Germany. Just because everyone fucking speaks our language, so everyone just wants to come here because like, well, I can get a job here.
Germany and
that's an example of soft
like
power.
A large target though, because they had like one of the better welfare systems too. I don't know. Like I don't think it is. Like Britain's not exactly a high payout welfare state, is it? Really, like compared to some other European countries, we don't really give like huge payouts for like welfare. I don't think.
No, but we have a large part of our country that are very dependent on the kind of wealth that London creates to kind of subsidize it. Like not to be anti-northern, but like the northern economy, like it really.
Like the entirety of like London's pretty much like got the same like economic value of the
I'll be honest,
of, like,
this is coming from like a South Londoner. Why isn't England investing more in North?
Well, they're trying to that H2 line or whatever it is, but that's just turning out to be a massive fucking shit tip.
There's a big fucking problem I found with like people from London like not having any connection to fucking outside the rest of the outside the M25. Like I feel more of a connection with like ordinary English people who like know about the IRA and are more like connected to being British than I do with like a Londoner who's like Like it doesn't occur. Like even with like the reason Jeremy Corbyn did so well in London compared to like the rest of England. Speaking as a Northern Irishman, people fucking hated Jeremy Corbyn because of his pro-IRA stance for a long time.
He had a big support here in Sheffield, to be fair, because
it got pretty big support here in Bristol.
They were mainly amongst like your
young people.
Yeah, you're 18 to like 20s.
But anyone who remembers the 70s, anyone who remembers the bad days of the 70s of the IRA, who remembers the Cold War, who remembers the miners'
definitely
strikes.
had some controversial viewpoints. I can see why he definitely lost a lot of like typical Labour voters or people he should have been trying to entice in.
But also there's this really cuntly attitude of like superiority from some Londoners who really think that like anywhere outside London is just like this shithole, racist, poor backwater, and they're like, oh, we're so fucking
the only place with culture or something, even though like, the entire culture of London's been lost over like the last like 40, 50 years.
The fucking irony is the only reason that London is wealthy is because of the financial sector and the deregulation that Margaret Thatcher enforced. She's the reason that the North is fucked. The reason that most of the UK doesn't make anything is precisely because of the right-wing neoliberal policies of Margaret Thatcher. She deliberated the financial markets, and now you've got all these London so-called liberals who think, oh, we're so progressive because we're so rich. No, you're rich because of Thatcherism. You're rich because of the right.
I would say that a lot of people in London want more of the UK to be, I guess, for lack of a better term, more involved. So, I know.
I'd have to do with that. I would say that has to do with the relatively cosmopolitan nature of the more rich, white, affluent, neoliberal people. But, you know, I'm talking about the average upper crust, liberal when it's politically trendy person. And that probably
fucking Islington. I fucking hate Islington.
Is that your version of California or Berlin?
I've never been to London, so I need to head down there one day.
Genuinely, South Bank is genuinely really, really nice.
Well, would you say that? Go on.
Sorry, I was just about to say, if you go there with a camera, it's legitimately really, really nice.
I'm sure it's nice. I like London. The only thing with London, I hate it. Like Londoners, they're just, like
smug,
superior, often kind of like liberal, but very, very like socially liberal. And if you're not towing the line, you're basically just a fucking stupid racist.
That's what I'm talking about. And because most of them are so very, I would say, politan, they feel like they have this feeling that if it's foreign, it's trendy, it's exotic, it must be better. It's like the whole grass is green on the other side, and because most of them don't bother to realize the political situations in a lot of these foreign countries. There's a reason why they want to come here, and they don't want to stay there. So,
I completely agree. A lot of people in London don't know where the shit, like how the shit that they consume is produced, and with a ton of shit, like London is super multicultural. However, so little of London is, ethical.
Yeah, it's capitalism on fucking steroids. Is the irony?
Yeah, and it's why, at least for me, like London is a microcosm of America, and I do not want the UK to become like America. I think that the wealth of London should be spread out throughout the UK. Like the North is doing tons of stuff. Sorry, I slurred. Tons of stuff for digital sectors, and I think that's absolutely brilliant. Why is the wealth of London not going towards future-proofing the country? And especially with Brexit,
They're trying to make strides towards it. Like Channel 4 is moving their headquarters to Leeds, I think, in the next couple of years, and they're trying to move a few of the TV.
They are, but they're having a huge problem because so many presenters and people don't want to live in the north. They're like really cunts about it. Like, they can't live in the north.
Well, that's the thing. Like, what's the point of moving it to the north if you're not going to hire northern people? I never often see like people from like my area on like national TV. There's no one with a Sheffield accent on national TV. It's always, like your faux British sort of London posh accent.
I mean, you say that, and I completely agree, but it's just how it's taught, and you have to go a step up to be like how it's taught. Maybe there shouldn't be I know in America and London, actually, fucking the UK, that there is a like most understandable accent that the news is like newsreaders are taught to read in. I completely agree that there should be more newsreaders from the north, and I also agree that they should keep their accents. But it's going to be a slow process to move this influence from directly London, with admittedly a ton of ports, especially like all of the major airports, to the north. And it's sad that we're living in a time that it isn't a country unified. But this is our job to try and help. I genuinely do not know whether any of what I just said made sense.
You're pretty cool for a Londoner. You're pretty cool.
I've been drinking a lot of Iron Brew.
You've been drinking a lot of Iron Brew. Okay.
No, sorry, Iron Brew and vodka.
Iron Brew and vodka, that makes sense.
Oh my god, it's so fucking good.
Are you at a university in Bristol then?
Imagine.
I can't drink Iron Brew after they took all the sugar out. It's not as good anymore.
Oh no, man. Okay, Iron Brew is perfect for vodka because Iron Brew, even the Iron Brew Extra, like the no sugar shit, is so strong. Like the taste, like you could basically have half vodka, half Iron Brew, and you won't taste the vodka. It's so good.
Man, anyway, like a gin.
Oh really?
Lemonade. Yeah.
Actually, moving on to oh man, I feel like
we
derailed this podcast.
Yeah, speaking of moving on, Moni, can you please introduce the next subject, because I kind of spent a bit of time researching that today.
Yeah, white people.
What?
Can't
white
believe them.
people. Yeah.
No, fuck me. I spent 2.5 hours researching LDP Shinzo Abe.
Fine. I was kidding. I was joking. Yes. So how right-wing is Shinzo Abe? The general
You have the floor, Schubert. Go away.
Wonderful. Okay, great. Yeah, as your resident autistic weeaboo, I've been.
Oh shit! This is the fucking Japanese dude.
Yeah.
Oh damn it.
Japanese Prime Minister. So, interesting point about Shinzo Abe is that he started out his program with a basically kind of, this meme program that it was coined in the West called Abenomics, which had the first tenet of mostly of deflation, because one of the biggest problems of the Japanese economy is that it's hard to get people to import stuff from Japan due to rampant deflation. Usually it's inflation, but in this case it was deflation. So he wanted to fix that. He wanted to cause a steady stream of 2% inflation per year, because that's the best way to establish economic growth, but not too much growth, because too much growth creates hyperinflation. Inflation creates hyperinflation. Then you get the Weimar Republic, where you spend 2 million Reichsmark on a piece of bread. Now, this is, of course, does not seem very right-wing at all, but he focused most of his politics, of course, on economic growth, economic stability, and getting Japan as close as possible to 1980s levels of economic boom and prosperity. Of course, he also wanted to limit the population decrease. By 2050, his plan was to reduce the yearly decrease of 150,000 to 100,000 decrease by year. And however, he got into a lot of scandals with the funding of various more right-wing institutions. For example, I don't know if any of you are familiar with the Nihon Kaigi organization, but
I can imagine.
It's basically an ultra right-wing, war crimes denying, not a political party, but I'd say basically like a think tank. Basically, they write historically revisionist textbooks. They fund right-wing private schools. And Shinzo Abe got in some hot water because he gave a private right-wing primary school that basically indoctrinated tiny children into get up, worship the emperor, recite very, very, very imperialistic Japanese mantras at the beginning of the day and such like that. Deny war crimes, and not all of that was not every single conservative right-wing thing he did was bad. He wanted to revise, I believe, Article 9 of the Japanese Constitution, which says that the Japanese cannot have a standing army, which was originally designed to curb further expansionist politics into Asia. But these days, I personally believe that Japan should have the right to graduate its self-defense force into a fully fledged state army, so that they can help with Western.
Disagree. They can't be trusted. What they do instead is give lots of. What Japan does actually do to help is actually give lots of money, because they're like the second biggest aid giver to Iraq. So they do contribute, and I think that's a safe way for them to do it without any danger of them getting delusions of grandeur again.
Oh, they won't get delusions of grandeur.
I guess the problem isn't a delusion of grandeur. It's that I assume I'm gonna stretch a bit far here.
Okay.
But that the Japanese people are going to see this money leaving, and that they're not having a direct influence on this money leaving, and it's going towards someone's control, and they're not going to enjoy that. I know Japan is largely right wing.
Yes, mostly nationally conservative. Yes,
I won't pretend to know a ton of shit about Asian politics because I can barely understand Western, but I assume that Japanese people are largely okay with this.
It's hard because a lot of Japanese are Japan is one of the countries. I believe there's a survey, and I don't exactly have the data on this, but I'll be happy to get it for anybody who asks. But I read somewhere in a newspaper article that there was a survey done with that was measured most countries levels of patriotism. Like, would you die for your country? Would you go to war for your country? And Japan's was ironically one of the lowest scoring ones in general.
Yeah,
holy shit! I'd expect the UK to be low scoring, but Christ.
No, I would say that actually, Germany and Japan are some of the least patriotic countries in the world because of their history. Like Schubert Dubert, I think you may be a bit of an exception. Isn't there
I am an exception, yes.
Isn't there an anti-Deutsch movement of Germans who fucking hate Germany? It's like white Americans who hate America.
Yeah, it's kind of like in Germany, it's there's no real proper middle ground with patriotism. It's either you fucking hate Germany and you're some wackadoodle, or you're some dirty peasant brown shirt scumbag.
I was gonna.
There's no middle ground in German politics, which is a shame. But
would you say the Germans they're quite shy about being proud of their country?
Yeah.
It's a little bit
pretty understandable.
Yeah, I mean, of course it's understandable, but still it's a shame because I mean, I understand why, but it's a bummer when you can't it's a bummer that you can't fly the German flag outside of soccer matches, but
it's sort of a little bit like that in England.
It's a punishment that is an acceptable one. and an understandable one as well.
Because a lot of people in London, they also sort of think that like that should be like with in Britain that you shouldn't be allowed to fly the English flag. It's racist unless it's a football tournament. But outside London, nobody really fucking listens to them. It's like so like no one gives a fuck what like some liberal guy from Islington thinks. It's like obviously in Northern Ireland you'll see like fucking British flags and Ulster flags literally fucking everywhere. Like I've got one outside my house. It's just everywhere. But
actually, I would say that I'm one of those people.
There's a house on the bus route home that's got like the entire like one side of it that's facing the bus, completely British, not British, England flag.
I would say that the English flag is undeniably tied to oppression, and I feel like it's a weird distinction outside of the context of football.
Oh, here we go. London is coming in now.
It's our flag. Like, why can't we be proud of our country?
It's the flag of fucking England. It doesn't mean anything else.
I think it's a weird distinction to fly the flag of England as opposed to the UK.
Well, not really. It's like in Ulster here we fly the British flag and we fly the Ulster flag, which is similar to like the red-handed. It looks like the English flag, the Ulster flag.
I know. Don't worry. I know what the Ulster flag is.
So like,
I'm googling it right now.
I think I've seen people. There's a house that flies both as well. That's got like flags.
Ulster flag's fucking sick. I can't even lie.
Yeah, basically it's like the English flag with a Star of David on it, and
the red hand of Ulster.
A crown and a red hand. Yeah.
The red hand of Ulster because it represents the 5 counties of. Well, it's actually 6 counties. But there are 5 parts of Northern Ireland. The red hand of Ulster.
I've always liked Wales's flag. I think we should have got the dragon on. You know, everyone likes dragons. Look cool.
Yeah,
completely agree. But you know, I'm genuinely like son of a Scotsman. I'm the only one in my fucking family that has this accent, and they all make fun of me. But I think that the distinction of flying an English flag outside of like a sports team is weird. Like
it's not just because you're from London and you don't mix with like ordinary people who probably fly it a lot of the time. Because like it's not weird if you live in a different part of the country. It's just you love England. Like it's not a strange thing if you don't live in London or like Brighton.
It's not
with
that
another person from the country flying their flag.
It's not that it's a weird thing for someone to love England. And as I said, from London, I obviously am not representative of England. I feel as though, personally, it's weird to have this separation when our country does so much together.
Yeah, it was more like an anti, like a pro-British thing. But like, surely, like you wouldn't go to a Scotsman and say you shouldn't fly the Saltire, the Scottish flag. It's like fuck off. Like even like Scottish British nationalists who are like Rangers supporters who I know who are like Protestant British nationalists. They still love the Scottish flag. They're proud to be Scottish and they're proud to be British. Like, there's nothing wrong with being proud to be Ulsterman and proud to be British. And I don't see any reason why you shouldn't be proud to be English and proud to be British.
I don't think there's anything wrong with being proud to be English.
I think. Wait, can I interrupt? Yeah. I think I know exactly what you mean. I think I get it. I think you mean that due to maybe the actions of a few negative individuals who negatively co-opted that symbol, you sometimes, and those negative individuals being overrepresented in the media that is often based around dividing people, you would get this subconscious view that, you know, if you're in a liberal city, which most city dwellers are, that you connect a concept of patriotism with, you know, this radical skinhead, which is sadly not true. But if you get exposed to it every day in the media, or heck, we had fucking, you know, right-wing nut jobs marching up and down the center square today. So then it's hard to connotate it with a positive, and you don't even mean it in a negative way. It's just you have like this primal lizard brain reaction inside your head, which I sometimes get because when sadly a lot of people who fly the German flag outside of football matches all happen to be fat white skinheads. It's not the fault of the German flag that's being abused by such worthless scum, but as a city dweller, that's usually what you see. But if you go in the German country, then you see Farmer Dietrich, who's just plowing his field with his son and his grandson. He's flying the German flag. He doesn't mean any harm. Just like like
a Volkischen farmer.
just like Farmer Brown and some field in at the Highlands would fly the Scottish and English flag, and he means no harm to anybody.
Or like, why is it like rural areas are always so much more conservative and nationalist and religious than like urban areas?
Because they don't get like any reward for what they put in. A lot of that reward goes directly to London, and that's wrong. I would say that whilst I don't think it's equivalent to say that flying the English flag is similar to flying the Scottish flag, because flying the English flag has a lot of history behind it, including dominating the Scottish.
That's not really.
Why not just ban the entire English flag though? Like, it's either fine to fly or it isn't to fly.
I'm sure you know Scotland was never conquered. It was a consensual act of union. Like, they voted to join the UK and were active participants in colonialism as well in 1707.
Yeah. However, with Scotland, it was a situation of join us or be decimated. And
they decimated themselves. Do you know? Have you ever heard of the Darien expedition?
Well, I'm curious. No. I want to look. Tell me. I'm curious.
Okay, so the Darien expedition, basically, Scotland wanted to get in on the European colonialism. They wanted to colonize parts of America. They sent a whole load of people to Panama to try and colonize Panama for Scotland, and you would have to. But everyone fucking died of yellow fever because they didn't know how to fucking colonize. And the Scottish government basically bankrupted themselves trying to set up a Scottish colony in Panama. So they were so fucked. But by that time, both countries already had the same monarch, because in 1601, because we were both Protestant countries, King James of Scotland came down to rule England, to be their king, to be the king. We had two countries, one king. But by 1707, because Scotland had just bankrupted itself, they're both Protestants, they're both aligned together. They just said, right, fuck it, let's just become part of the UK, because England is now so much richer. Like, we're not going to be able to sustain ourselves. Like, they were heavily bribed, but it wasn't a fucking like. But that's the irony of this. I get angry when Scottish nationalists, most of whom are actually Irish descended, they claim that Scotland's like an oppressed country. You're not a fucking oppressed country. The reason they joined the UK is because they bankrupted themselves trying to colonize another country. That's why. And I say that as a man of Scottish descent, obviously, like most Ulster British people are.
Legend.
Sorry.
But didn't King James have to become the king of England because he's next in line?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's not going to refuse, though, is he? So it's he was the next in line. He's the next in line, and also because he was a Protestant, they needed a king who was next in line and also a Protestant, because that's one of the major issues. The reason why we fought the Battle of the Boyne in 1690. Was because King James, who was a Stuart, said, "I am the rightful ruler," but he was a Catholic, and that's forbidden for a Catholic to be the king of England. So we had to get a Dutch king, King Billy, to go and kick the shit out of the Catholics.
Okay.
Wait. Quick question. Wasn't Mary Queen of Scots and I believe her husband Catholic?
Oh yeah, but that was the Tudor era. That was much earlier.
We don't acknowledge that.
Okay.
I'm still confused.
It's not part of the rules.
England became Protestant in 1534 with King Henry VIII. He wanted to get a divorce.
The Catholics said no, fuck you, and he said okay, fuck you, and then made his own church.
Yeah. So, but then we went back and forth between Catholic and Protestant. So after he died, it was King Edward Edward VI, I think, became king. He was a young Protestant, but he died. And then it was Queen Mary, she was a Catholic and she brought the country back to Catholicism, but she was absolutely fucking brutal, like murdering loads of Protestant reformers. And then Queen Elizabeth became queen, and she brought the country back to Protestantism. So the Spanish royal family tried to invade England with the Spanish Armada, and they failed because one blew them away in 1588.
Basically like the kamikaze.
Yeah,
the
and it was
sorry, Moni, could you post the agenda for tonight?
It's on the picture of the stream, but I will just post an updated image for you.
Like that's why, but like, so like they're not an oppressed people, the Scots. They never fucking have been. We unite. I guess the only thing I would actually say against the UK existing is that one of the major things that brought Scotland, England, and like Protestant Irish people together was Protestantism. Like it defined the culture of our country. But like England is not so fucking secular and multicultural. They've got nothing in common with like they've got nothing fucking in common with like Ulster Protestants like me, or like Scottish Protestants who are like really British nationalistic. It's just like I guess coming back to what we previously talked about, Schubert, about a nation having something in common, a philia, a common love. Like for Britain, that was Protestantism basically. So yeah, the Scots are not fucking oppressed. The English isn't an oppressive flag unless you're like, and even when you're talking about like colonialism, the people who were colonizing India and Africa, they weren't flying the cross of St. George.
Yeah.
They were flying the British flag, and it was a collective endeavour from both Britain and Scotland. You had Scottish generals, Scottish officers who were colonising, you had Scottish businessmen who were colonising. The Scots are not a fucking oppressed people. Like, they never fucking have been. So like this kind of like paranoia around the English flag from like liberal Londoners, I don't think it's really based in any kind of fucking historical fact or reality. If anything, the British flag is really the one that's associated in foreign countries with colonialism. They wouldn't even recognize the English flag. The only reason people associate the English flag with racism is like just the EDL, really. And I think
that's the point that I was trying to make earlier.
Yeah.
Actually, I would say that other countries would associate colonialism with Union flag. But similar to why isn't the North getting money, Scotland was used for its resources for the Union and got nothing in return.
What do you mean Scotland was used for resources? There were Scottish. You don't think there were Scottish businessmen, Scottish wealthy people? This is the thing. The Highland clearances. Most of the people who participated in the Highland clearances, who kicked out the Scottish clans, they were Lowland Scots. They were Lowland Scots in favor of the Union and in favor of the system. Like, again, this whole narrative about like Scotland being a colony of the UK, it's just fucking nonsense. Like, what do you like? There's this great Scottish historian who is like really digging into this narrative. Like, dude, do you not think there were like Scottish generals and officers and businessmen who totally profited from, capitalism and the expansion of the empire? It's just not connected to reality.
I've got to stop gesticulating with my hands because you definitely can't see that.
You don't fucking know that, mate. I'm good with I can see,
mate, if you had a secret camera, you could see my absolute.
I know you're naked.
Massive smile. But
quick question. I'm sorry to interrupt, but this has been going on for about 3.5 hours.
Yeah,
I was wondering if I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. But I was wondering if we could like quickly power through the unimportant discussion topics and get down to the last one, which is the last.
Are you talking
being very un-English and being a cunt by trying to sound smart and say random historical shit? But like we have better education in Northern Ireland, so.
I will just save those ones in the middle for next one, just because I think we could have quite a good discussion on gacha games and esports. So we're just going onto our last topic then. So, which is, why is European colonialism seen as evil when everybody else has done it throughout human history? Now, first off, we need to define what colonialism actually means. So, are we saying colonialism is just moving into another territory and making it part of your empire? Is that colonialism?
No, that's not what colonialism is.
Okay. So we've already got like a distinction here. People have differing views on what colonialism is. Then, so So, in the case of King Billy, do you believe colonialism specifically refers to the European style of taking countries over?
It's not a European
exploiting them?
style of colonialism. It's a specific kind of way of expanding your empire. It's not just walk like that's why the Mongolian Empire isn't colonialism. They did just walk into somewhere and just invade it. I'm talking a lot. I'm being a cunt, really. I'm just like because I'm slightly drunk, but like the
legend.
yeah. Anyway, but like so if you take like the British colonialism in India, like it was not people walking in to just fucking India and say right, fuck off, you little fucking packages. This is our fucking land now. It's like it was capitalist and business led. It was like the British East India Company setting up businesses in India, building alliances, forming it, and then just slowly taking over everything with the backing of the British military. Like India actually wasn't owned by the British Crown until 1857 at the Indian Rebellion. Like it's a very specific kind of like slow takeover of a country through capitalist means, and it's exactly what fucking China is doing and Saudi Arabia are doing right now in Africa. So anyway, I'll stop talking now because I'm being a cunt. So there you go. Someone else has the floor.
I'll be honest, your accent is fucking great.
Right, so we're saying there's a difference between colonialism, imperialism, and conquest. So conquest, I think that's quite clearly something different. Then, in that case, we can compare colonialism to conquest. Then, do we feel that colonialism is more brutal than just conquering a country?
Depends. So like the Mongols basically murdered everyone they could fucking find who was male and raped every female. That's obviously a lot fucking worse than the British Empire. Like there was actually actually really good for the environment, the number of people they fucking killed, the Mongolians. Like Britain, it was more about like just exploiting the natural resources of the country rather than like actually oppressing anybody.
So would you call Genghis Khan humanitarian then?
Oh, you want to hear a fun fact about Genghis Khan?
Yes.
Go on, man.
Do you know he raped so many people that I think about like 1 or 2% of the world's population can trace the lineage back to him?
I heard it was actually more than that.
I
heard it
was 4 or 5 or something.
Really?
Yeah, it was actually really high. It's like in East Asia, it's really quite high, but like it's difficult to say because obviously his sons will have had a lot of wives as well.
Yeah, he had a bunch of sons, and they'd go around riding and raping too. So
yeah, but still.
But here's the thing: did you know that basically almost everyone in Europe is like a large portion of Europe is also descended from Charlemagne. Just like if you think about like the number of people there were in Europe back then is much smaller. So, like if you think about you've got 4 grandparents and then it doubles 8 great grandparents, 16 great 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 parents. It just gets so higher and higher back down the generations to the point that almost anyone who's European is almost certainly related to someone from like 700 AD in Europe. Anyone if we had a reasonable number of children. So it's actually not that wild for like a lot of Asians to be descended from Genghis Khan.
Huh.
I'm a fucking autistic fucker. I should really shut the fuck up, shouldn't I?
Probably a bunch of Slavs too, due to the outer reach. Is it the Kazakhstani area and stuff where they start looking at?
Oh, just because they've got chinky eyes, that's why you think that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's obviously a bit of Asian persuasion.
I mean, he didn't say the C word, so
I'm just being. That is what he was thinking, though, and I just called him out.
That is what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, I mean, I keep saying a lot of racist stuff about the PRC, but you don't see me using that with the C word.
Yeah, well, so,
are there any good German racial slurs?
There are a lot, but I do not wish for the Verfassungsschutz to be knocking on my door on Monday morning, so I'm rather not share them with you, gentlemen. But there are a lot of very, very fascinating and humorous German racial slurs. Yes.
What kind of countries do you have racial slurs for? Do you have racial slurs for Slavs or just like non?
Oh yes. Oh yes. There's like you could probably fill an entire book with German racial slurs, jokes, and whatsoever. Like you could probably fill an entire book of really racist Polish jokes. Like the most famous one that I can say without being instantly locked up would have to be, so a Polish man goes to pay for his groceries.
That's a joke.
That's the joke, yes.
That's actually pretty funny.
Like the good old geht ein Pole zur Kasse, yeah.
I will say, it's always nice to know that just about everyone's as shite as English.
Yeah, when it comes to like racism and stuff, Germany
I say shite, racist.
As England, I should say.
Yeah.
England is one of the most fucking tolerant countries in Europe. Drab cunt. Like I know Londoners won't believe it, but if you actually go to like France or Germany or like God forbid fucking anywhere in Eastern Europe, comparatively England is pretty fucking tolerant, to be honest.
Yeah, comparatively.
Yeah.
Yeah,
doesn't mean that they're not racist.
Yeah, but that's just a fucking stupid like comparison. Like obviously,
you're going to exterminate racism.
What about Sweden?
Always gonna...
I
Why
think
can't we be sweet like them?
could.
Our court kind of
exterminate
proves
I really don't think that's a possibility.
I think.
I think
that,
the best way to exterminate racism and to berate racists is to improve like the privileged underclass situation to a point where they don't need to point the fingers out at.
I completely agree. I think that most of the wealth should be moved outside of London.
But I also do think that immigrants do cause an issue by like lowering, sort of giving. Like,
I got a little caricature that I found the other day that perfectly describes that.
Cheap labor.
That's a bit real. Sorry, the picture.
Okay, so
that's not really relevant anymore. Like I realize why people think that that was relevant in like the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. That kind of like, oh, it's just the ruling class making us hate foreigners. But like, that's not what's going on anymore. What's going on? Like racism does. I was talking this about with Inside Voicing on. Racism doesn't serve the interests of the ruling class anymore. Nationalism gets in the way of free trade and like free and easy movement of labor. The ruling class want more immigrants because they get cheaper labor. And they can undermine unions, and they can like.
They always talk about birth rates and failing birth rates. They barely give any incentives in this country to hire it like they do in Hungary. Like they give like massive tax breaks and sort of grants and stuff to try and increase the birth rates, and it's worked massively because they didn't really want to just have to rely on immigration. While this sort of country, not other countries, will just say, "We'll just bring in cheap African or Middle Eastern immigrants."
Yes, but it is
ruin the bargaining power.
But it's
British people trying to get higher wages for the jobs and completely just.
However, there's one way that the racism, however, very benefits the ruling class is because, or the ruling class. It sounds so communist.
It moves the book away from them.
No. It's
on about
that too as well. But if you want a stable workforce of people, who will do whatever you say for very small amount of money, you need to keep them down on the social totem pole. How do you keep them down on the social totem pole? Make everybody else hate them.
Racism. Is that the answer?
I'm
go
on.
I mean, I'm fine with that if that's the end of it. I just really want to watch some hentai and go to bed. So
yeah, okay. Well, we got.
Oh fuck me! I forgot to open up my JoJo's Bizarre Adventure action figure. I want to do that on stream.
Okay, let's get a live reaction.
Okay, I'll go get it. Sick.
We got 9 minutes left, so again, just
Oh shit! Have I?
Something's come up, lads. I've enjoyed this. Sorry, this has been the highest IQ conversation on Britfeel Radio I think we've had so far, and I'd like to thank.
I felt very out of place.
But,
sorry,
I think I'm gonna have to go to bed now. But thank you, Schubert, particularly. You've raised the IQ of this conversation a lot. I think German. And thank you, Inside Voicing on, and thank you, Drab Cunt, despite the fact that you're a fucking scumbag.
Yeah.
And thank you, Moni, for being our lovely, tolerant host. Auf Wiedersehen, ihr Cunts.
See you later.
Wiedersehen, gute Nacht. Ich gönne mir jetzt meinen Jojo Heinz.
Thank you.
What are your thoughts on Giorgio Leone? Because I've read it up on it, and it doesn't seem.
I liked it enough to I liked it enough to buy the figure for both Soft and Wet and Josuke. So
seems very different though.
It's my favorite part so far, to be honest, and I've read every single book.
How's your Swedish boyfriend?
Swedish boy? Oh, my Swedish boy. We haven't actually spoken recently, but he said he's going on holiday, so it makes sense.
Oh.
Why didn't he invite you with him?
Because lockdown. Duh.
Well, if he's going on holiday,
No, that's fair.
Swedish people don't have lockdowns.
Yeah, but lockdown's over. You can fly.
No, lockdown is still on. It's soft over. It's in fact
Yeah,
it's
so
harder
you can
than it
still
used to be
fly
before.
then. You can still fly.
I hope your boyfriend has a very nice holiday.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I do too.
If you do listen to this, fam, just remember, peace and
He's a
love.
racist.
He has expressed racist views.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah,
Not
Shiva.
where I was not expecting that.
I
Well,
reckon you're the sort of person who's so jealous you'd smell the boyfriend's cock after a night out to see if they cheated on you.
what's wrong with? Yeah. Well,
Who doesn't?
yeah. Oh, we got to ask. So, are you straight or are you gay or what? How do you identify sexually?
Do you partake in the dick?
Who?
You.
Oh. Previously identifying as gay after a weird coked up threesome. Bye.
Based. Welcome to the club, bro.
Legend.
You could always pray and repent your sins and
Yeah,
accept you back.
Yeah, but that's sort of a hassle.
Yeah.
You just gotta pray and apologize.
It's less so like
it seems like you don't really deserve Jesus in the world.
Yeah.
You don't. I mean, you don't even need to do Jesus that much.
Well, you don't need to, but you know, he's a sort of geezer.
Yeah. He's a forgiving lad.
Can't do what he practiced in preach, right? That's what he were all about.
Yeah.
But
Can Shiva describe his
penis
stuff to us? No, not his penis. His
also
model to us.
Yeah, it's the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure action figure that I mentioned. Yeah, it's pretty good. Like the SAS action figures are pretty damn well made. They look practically like a model kit, even though they're full, action figure. I had to pay out the ass for these. To be honest.
Hey, fam.
Hey, it's your boyfriend.
Friends.
Wait, what?
His boyfriend.
Oh my! Oh, hey. Oh crap. We were just talking about you.
Okay.
Everything going well?
Yeah.
Are you back from your holiday?
Yeah. I have vacation now for 1 week. I've had 3 weeks and I have 1 week left.
So,
Going anywhere nice?
No. So I
Oh, you've just been in your apartment. Oh, so folks who were lying.
I've been golfing and playing football and stuff. That's nice. You can't go anywhere alone anyway, so.
You're looking forward to meeting up with Perlaboo after the lockdown?
Hey, shut up.
Are you looking forward to meeting up with Money after the lockdown?
No.
Oh, ouch.
Are you guys live or are you just?
Yeah, we're live.
We're live.
Perlaboo literally saying how you were going out with somebody.
Don't worry, that's recorded.
Like that. So you're not in a relationship with Perlaboo?
No.
No.
I only like ladyboys, not trannies.
Yeah.
Legend. Jeez.
Pretty hard.
London are scum here.
You lying simp piece of shit, Pearly.
Well, maybe things will change in the future, and he'll.
It's okay. It's okay, Pearly. I'll take your
tie.
Hell yeah. I support you, Moni.
Moni, have you cut off your dick yet?
No, not yet. But I'll be moving out soon, so it's happening.
Going to sweet home Thailand.
Is that your housewarming party? Right, here's some nibbles and my penis on a fucking plate.
No, there's a chance that'll happen by the end of the year.
Well, you have your penis off by the end of the year.
Not that, but like facial
How is your
surgery.
transition going?
What do you think about the fact that I think
oh my god,
don't a lot of people find the removal of the penis less appealing?
The removal of the penis is. Who cares?
I don't know.
Fetish bros do.
If it's not your thing, just don't bother.
Yeah, you bigot. You're in the wrong company now. You're the only one here who only has sex with women.
Can't believe it. What a gay lord.
Oh no, what a complete bastard I am.
But, Moni,
Yeah,
I hope your transition goes well.
it is going well. I'm just, and when I move out, I'll be able to live my authentic self without being
You're too lazy for dilation.
That's really good.
What do you mean by your authentic self? Like taking it in the ass from 10 older men every day?
Oh, well, I could do that if I wanted to, and that sounds great.
That sounds pretty base, yeah.
Yeah.
But also,
What a legend.
Just simple stuff like being able to wear the pajamas I want, or, painting my nails.
Yeah.
Your talons.
What colour would you like to go?
Well, I've already got some. It's the different shades of green. Green is my colour.
Oh, gross.
What does your father say about your life choices, Moni?
Oh.
Well, yesterday he said that I should change my WhatsApp picture because people think I'm a woman. He doesn't realise he's complimenting me.
I assume that came to a resounding who gives a shit.
Well, I'm going, so I can't be bothered to argue. It's not worth it.
What colour of green would you like to paint your nails?
Oh, well, I've bought a few different shades. I bought a lighter shade that's more... that's very light, and one that's
I'm a big fan of jade, I'll be honest.
Yeah, that's probably my preference when it comes to clothes. I like the darker shade of green.
Like a nice forest green. It looks great on turtlenecks.
Moni, are you gonna become a woman or a ladyboy?
First
wear a burqa?
The term ladyboy is offensive.
No.
It depends if the person is tied. If the person is tied, that's not offensive. But only if the person is tied.
Because if you want a boyfriend, you have bigger chances as a ladyboy than a woman.
Yeah.
Making the fingers.
What do you like to wear?
Well, I just I was comfortable.
Yeah.
But recently I have been wearing. Well, I like to have a bit of freedom, so I do like to wear tights and dresses.
Hell yeah!
Don't give your penis much freedom to move.
Yeah, I like show. I think I've got quite good legs and I've got good shape, so I don't really like to hide it. So,
Moni,
are you on HRT or?
Moni, when you become more female, do you start getting more slutty because all females dress slutty?
Okay, and most of the time I do wear jeans and like a stripy top.
I better be seeing those short shorts.
Well, we're just wrapping up now, so I would just like to ask Shubert, can you describe your figure to us?
Well, basically, it's imagine a guy in a white sailor uniform with a bunch of bizarre. Basically, imagine if Prince was Japanese and he wore a sailor.
I feel like this is some sort of JoJo reference.
How did you? Yeah, exactly. It's a JoJo action. I got a really good deal on a JoJo action figure from. I don't know if you follow the series. It's
not terribly. But
JoJo. It's part 8. It's not one of the ones that has been animated yet.
Oh.
So
actually,
I'll post a pic in the Discord group.
Hell yeah!
By the way, isn't this the Britfeel Fight Companion podcast?
The fight.
It used to be.
It used to be. Is it over?
No, it's just the homosexual retard and nationalist support group.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, we're just gonna stop being live now because we've gone over 4 hours.
Oh wow!
Yeah, we'll be.
You know what?